Hello everyone, how's it going? I guess I'm ready to go, kind of. Still sorting things out. Had a couple of little issues, but you know, such is life. Got a spare phone in my pocket. I was wondering what was making my shorts heavy this morning. How are we all? I did not expect you all to be actually here hanging out waiting for me, so thank you all very much. Let me just hit the X on that because I'm done with that for now, and we can get some stuff open so I can actually see what's going on here. Must be when we have our first departure already for the stream. I've been a bit slack, I'm sorry. Are we actually still early, technically? See if I'm going to be able to even achieve these. I just cleared the iPad. This is going to be interesting today. I shouldn't be going much higher than that though. Let's go back to that Jaffa. Alright, I will catch up with everybody soon. I'm just I thought I was set up, but then I just realised all the stuff I haven't done. But hey, that's all part of the fun, right? Turn the volume down on that. I don't want to hear myself. Hopefully you can all hear me, because it would be very awkward if you couldn't. What was I opening on that? I can't remember. Probably something else, same as what I've got up here. Alright, who's here? I see James here, I see Kev. How you going, Kev? Can't stop me now, yeah. No, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm still not committing to anything at all, but we'll see what happens. Carolyn, good morning. How are you doing? Welcome along. Thank you very much for being here. Christine Frank, how you doing? Dave Caprio. Tally's Fridge is back in the chat. How you doing? You know, Tally, I actually had a whole weather thing sorted out to put up on stream, and then I can't do that now with, well, I guess I could figure it out and make it work. Get there. We'll see what happens. I might be able to make it do. Awesome sound 5x5. Awesome. Wait till you... We've got a lot of wind. It's actually very windy down here today, so I am fighting with that. So I do apologise that there's going to be a fair bit of wind noise, because I forgot something. James. Oh, James. There's not one of them involved in this situation. None of them. Nothing rode at all in this entire setup, actually. So, I just want to prove you can do this without Roadcaster. Although doing what you do a little bit harder without the Roadcaster. Let's just get rid of that for now. I will figure it all out as I go along, because why not? That there on the screen is the Air New Zealand that came in from Wellington. However, we have got a departure here now. Solomon Airline heading off to Port Vila. Test me today. I tried setting my tripod up a little bit different for a different angle, but I may have made it harder on myself. We'll see what happens. Good point there, Kev. I did technically come by road. You are correct. I did drive to get up here today. Drive to get to the airport. Wasn't a bad drive, actually. I think I timed it just right with traffic and everything like that. So I'm not complaining at all. And we do get to see our arrivals, which is good, because coming in soon, we've got our first A380 of the day coming in from Dubai, Emirates, 448. That's due in about 20 minutes. And then we have a 747 actually, believe it or not. A Atlas Air 747 flying in on behalf of Qantas. That's just under an hour away. And then we have our Singapore Airlines, which is due in just after 1 p.m. So roughly 2 hours away now. Singapore Airlines A380. So we're going to get to see lots of four burners today, which is awesome. We love to see some good four burner action. Sounding good. I'm glad, James. I left my blimp at home. I woke up this morning and went, you know what I need to take with me? And I never threw it in the car. Foolish, I know, foolish. But hey, that's another day's problem. Alex NZ A320 with the pink hands. How you doing there? Good to see you. Mark from Ashgrove. Good morning. How are we? Good morning from Brisbane. Oh, I'm just realised it's like, what is it, 8 a.m. in Brisbane? James, are you all right? You feeling all right after your night last night? You're not up too early? Yes, it was a great week last week with Kev up here, showcasing Auckland. That is a very good point. We had a lot of good fun actually, and I can't wait to actually do it again. But for now, I'll just come up here and do it on my own until such a time as Kev comes back to hang out. Chinook, how you doing? Our resident Auckland Airport expert. You're an early bird these days. Whoa. James, I'm impressed. Is that why you're not streaming so late? Or have you just decided you shouldn't be staying up as late anymore? "747, awesome," says B Real NZ. How you doing? Yes. Yes, I love it. Love a good 747. The only catch is the arrivals are a long way away that I've got to actually be on top of seeing where they are. But we can use a bit of extra zoom, sneak on in on them and see what's happening. That one there is an A320 in New Zealand, 676 coming from Dunedin. So we've got a good mixture of planes, but we also have a mixture of weather today. The forecast has been on and off. For the most part, it said that I should be clear today, and then tonight would be raining. But now it's kind of saying I might get wet. So we'll see what happens. I'm out here to take some risks, and if I get a bit wet, I get a bit wet. If the gear gets a bit wet, hopefully we still end up with a stream at the end of the day. I need to change my my focus colour because every plane looks like a Qantas plane. It becomes a little bit of an issue, but that's all good. It's all part of the fun. The wind is going to be pretty much the same direction all day today, so unfortunately we've lucked, not had the luck on our side once again. So typically this is a really awesome spot for the landings because you get them coming right in nice and low on the final approach as they go to touchdown. But not today. However, that just means that we get the screaming of the engine as they all depart, which I'm not mad about. I do enjoy. Maybe Rob could bring it. Oh, Kev, why not throw an umbrella in the car? That would have been smart. Worst case, I could at least hold an umbrella if I needed to. All right, let's have a look at what we got here for a an arrival coming in from Christchurch. This is OYA, one of Air New Zealand's 321 Neos in their domestic fleet. I'm not worried about me. Any rain that does fall is going to just be a very light shower, so I'm not worried about that at all. The equipment, I think it'll be alright. I think I'll be alright. I might just tape over a couple of open connectors, and then I think we'll be okay. Speaking of Rob, how you doing? There he is right there in the chat. Well, welcome along. Walnut Coin, any tips on a long haul flight off to the USA next month for the first time? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I've done a bit of long haul flying, but I can't say I specifically prepared or anything. A lot of it will come down to what time of day your flight is. So most of the flights to America, they leave here at night, late at night, and that's designed so that you arrive there early in the morning. So really, it's not too bad. If you're a nervous flyer, that might be a little bit different, but ultimately, I would say just enjoy the sleep. If you're one of those people that might want a neck pillow, it's not a dumb idea. Be back in a second. But yeah, so ultimately, if you're someone who can sleep sitting up, then you've got it made. I love remembering all the stuff I forgot while your plane's taxiing for departure. Yeah, it's I guess for you it's a bit different, but worst case you could always probably flick me a message. I'm probably still just leaving home. But yeah, I don't know. I thought I was onto it, but far from it. And then I've got one little box that's playing up, so that's alright though. That's why we have a second one. Just doesn't quite have all the functionality of the first one, but that's life. Just means we strip things back and just go nice and basic today. Got a departure rolling here off to Christchurch. A380. Bit of a dance around the tripod leg, but we'll be alright. We'll make this work today. We'll make it work. You can see the runway works there, or should I say the taxiway works there, blocking off taxiway alpha. Adds a little bit of a challenge for things. So the plane's landing, they've either got to stop before that and get off, or they're going to come all the way down to the end to get around it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, with the likes of Singapore and Emirates, and we'll find out because Emirates isn't too far away. Hopefully they'll be nice enough to miss the early high-speed taxiways, come flying all the way down to the end here to give us a nice little view of them. Fly from Palmerston North to Auckland, then to LA, yeah, night flights. So yeah, you'll be, I mean, if you're someone who can sleep, then that makes life really easy. So you'll have a meal on the plane, and then pretty much after that, they make the plane nice and dark, and do everything they can to try and get everyone to go to sleep. There is obviously a decent selection of movies and stuff on the plane, but if you've got things like YouTube Premium, or whatever, you know, Netflix, whatever your choice is, download a whole bunch of things onto your iPad. Gives you something to enjoy. ATR there that came in from Palmerston North. Most important one is make sure you've got all your documentation and everything for America sorted. That's the biggest challenge. Don't leave that till last minute. Hey, Airman! What's up, man? Welcome from America. Sleeping passengers are easier to look after. The airlines love it when you go to sleep. Makes their job so much easier. What's going on? Well, Airman, go figure. You've I've finally got out to do what we first discussed me doing many years ago. You wouldn't believe it. Although, do you have to change your name? Are you now retired Airman? Former Airman? Is ATR short for anything? I'm sure it is. But off the top of my head, you know, I should know that one. Neil, how you doing? Hot and muggy Central Queensland. Hot and muggy already. The day's only just begun. Crazy, crazy. When did you fly on Jetstar, Emma? Did you in New Zealand or Australia, or was it back when they were operating out of Singapore? What we got there? That's funny. Speaking of Jetstar, that one's heading off to Queenstown once it makes its way down to the end of the runway. Retired but still work. Well, you're a retired airman. Oh, okay. So you did the Indonesia to Singapore back. Okay, so they don't actually operate out of Singapore anymore, Jetstar. They shut down the Singapore operations, and now they just fly around Australia and New Zealand. So a little bit different. Longest flight that I've been on would be Singapore to London Heathrow. I did that in the A380 with Singapore Airlines. What is that? That's 14 hours, I believe. I think it's 10 hours to get from Auckland to Singapore, and then 14 hours to get from Singapore to London Heathrow. And I did that as a day flight, which was really cool. Deliberately planned it that way. I wanted to have a day flight, so that flying through some of the busiest airspaces in the world, heading up into London, so that I could just sit there and watch all the planes out the window. So really cool thing to do of plane spotting from a plane. A little bit different. Little Cessna Caravan going through the front there. Tokyo to Minnesota. That's a decent flight. And Tokyo to Dallas. Some pretty long flight times, those ones. because they almost go right up. Well, at the moment they have to go almost way up over the top of Alaska and back down again, don't they? So, well, I guess that's how they make a straight line these days. We used to find that you can fly Jetstar in Japan. Yeah, I guess it was a thing for a bit. Jetstar based out of Singapore. See a little Dashi landing in the background there while we wait for Jetstar, or Jetstar waits for it. Auckland to New York JFK, that is a long haul. That's about 16 hours, I think, something like that. So that's one of the longest flights in the world, but it's kind of been knocked down a little bit now. It's back to about like 8th or 9th place, as opposed to when they launched it, it was like 5th place. Obviously, Singapore Airlines hold the world's longest, or currently hold the world's longest non-stop flight, which goes from Singapore to JFK. But Qantas is going to attempt to take that one off them soon when they get their A350 ULRs. Be a bit of an experience. That A380 is just coming in on final. In fact, we've got a view of it. I'll wait for a moment. I'll let this 320 of Jetstar's get out, and then we'll go straight back round and grab the A380. But I can see it. That one head off to Queenstown. We're going to come back round and zoom in and grab this A380. There it is up there. Nice early shot of it coming in. Let's punch in a little bit more, cheat a few little bits. I was waiting for that one, Eamon. Yes, so Eamon, as you can tell by the name, he is ex-US Air Force. And retired now, well, kind of retired. He's retired from US Air Force, but he still works for them through a contractor, I believe. And yes, so he has been to New Zealand before on the C-130 Hercules when he was based out of Okinawa. And he came down here to do some training with the New Zealand Air Force. Really cool. NZ Dashi. It does make it a little bit tricky from the spot to get the Dashies on landing, but we'll definitely make sure we pay full attention to them on departures. What are the builders fixing on the runway? Yeah, so they're fixing a whole chunk there down in between the taxiways. So that there will essentially become the touchdown point when they turn it into a temporary runway. So as you can imagine, it takes quite a bit of an impact as something as big as this A380 we're just watching here now, when they slam into the ground, well, you know what I mean, drop all their weight in, so it takes a fair bit of strengthening. Eamon, you do need to get back down here sooner rather than later, man. Nice little flare there. Soft as anything, little touchdown from the A380 today. Nicely done there, Emirates. Very good job. And with a bit of luck, we'll have them come the whole way down to this end of the taxiway. Or this end of the runway, should I say, to get onto the taxiway. Absolute butter landing, yep. Very smoothly done. Bet those workers are loving being so close to the planes. I don't know how they get any work done. Honestly, I feel like I'd be distracted too much. Oh, you got to bring the wife down. Surely you got an anniversary or something coming up that you can claim it for. Nice little shot there on the side of the A380. Now, if I remember right, Emma, when you did the Okinawa flight to, hey, there's a helicopter. Check it out. That's a helicopter taxiing too. Oh, now I'm distracted. I do like my helicopters. It's taxiing to the runway. Of course, it's just going to use this end of the runway. Now, this is a very, very rare sight. For those who know, Auckland Airport doesn't see many helicopters, but today we have a helicopter. Oh, I wasn't set up to go that way. Alright, let's go back to the A380. Nice helicopter, that one too. Nice, beautiful white one. Anniversaries in June. There you go, commit. Come on down. Come on down. That was a beautiful chopper. Is that showing up? It's a, Eurocopter 55. H155. Woohoo. That is a beautiful machine. That was an absolute lovely helicopter, actually. I'm so glad I caught that. So June, eh? June, you reckon you might be able to bring her down here? I mean, June's not the best time of year to come. Maybe you can, delay it. I would suggest either, look, if you're going to come to New Zealand, I would suggest sort of March is not bad. We're still in the nice weather. Otherwise, wait towards the end of the year, sort of like November-ish. Unless you like the snow. But knowing that you're from living in Arizona, where it's more like a desert, maybe not. Although our snow is pretty mild compared to any snow that you'd see if you went up north in America. Neil's enjoying the chopper, as is James. Got a Jetstar departing here. This one's heading down to Wellington, home of Kev from Wellington Flights Live. We're just bottoming out the tripod there. Just pushing our limits a little bit. Wait. Argentina contract? What happened to moving up north? Where are you going with Argentina? Well, that's a good point. Ditching your summer is not a dumb idea. Not a dumb idea at all. Alex matey, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome along. Good morning to you. I'm just doing a little bit of a zigzag. Now things go a little bit quiet. We kind of lose all movements for a little bit here, but that's all good. It's all part of the fun. It just gives us time to just chat. Supposed to be in Argentina for a 6-month training there. Ooh. Man, that's new. That's a different one. Aviation Pete, how you doing today, mate? Little birdie let you know I was here. Well, thank you to whoever the little birdie is. I appreciate it. Good way to just waste your day at work. Throw me up on a second monitor. Oops, helps if I put the right screen back up. Where did we go? There we go, chat. Couldn't find the chat for a second there. I can imagine the money of being sent to Argentina to train military troops is probably not so bad. Sounds like a fun time, actually. Fun time. All right, what do we got going on here? So we're going to have a few little domestic regional flights and stuff going in and out. And then we've got a few internationals on their way, sort of like within the next 10 minutes. We'll have some Qantas flights coming in and some Air New Zealand flights. How's our departures looking? Anything exciting coming up on the departure side of things? We should have China Eastern departing soon, hopefully, and a A330. Korean in the 789 also. They'll be heading off soon back to Seoul. Singapore, in New Zealand to Singapore will also be heading out soon. So departure side of things is looking exciting, which is good because we've got ourselves quite a nice little spot here for the departures. Get them going overhead. I may have to make some slight adjustments to the setup. We'll see what happens. Try and make it so I can get around my iPad with the handle of the camera. Oh, Carolyn's saying we're 3 subs off of 500. Nice. In fact, I wonder how many people are lurking here. I wonder how many people are lurking. If you're lurking, you're probably at work. Just chuck this on in the background, having a sneaky watch and listen when the boss isn't paying attention. Just throw in the eyes. I like the eyes. If we where are we? Let me eyes. Where's the eyes? Why can't I? What have I broken? Here. Eyes, those. Chuck the eyes in. And just let us know that you're sneakily watching in the background. Having a little lurk while the boss isn't paying too much attention to you. Only 3 away from 500 though. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. NZ Plane Spotter, how you doing? Am I out tomorrow? No, I'm just here for the day today. I do have to get back to my day job at some point. I've been procrastinating about actually starting the year of work. So I gotta get back to my day job. Oh, Alex. I think James, when he's not live on OPN, I feel like he's just one of us. He's just enjoying having a good time. He can become a commoner. I think that means Alex is really lurking really hard. I think I've always noticed, and I was talking with Chinook about this the other day, is Auckland has a lot of ground vehicles. So we can see there's some more there heading across. And a lot of it is because the amount of work's always happening here. So you've got all the standard planes doing all the normal airside operations and everything like that. But then, while the works are happening, there's just so many other cars that have to escort everybody around. Every vehicle that heads in and out has to get escorted. So there's a lot of vehicles here. Go back down and check out the tails there. NZ Plane Spotter, I'm over there every now and then, and if I'm bored I'll hang out down at the Aero Club and catch the planes. But yes, I think I probably remember what day you're talking about. It was a Sunday, I might remember. Chinook's on housework today. Oh, I feel sorry for you. Whoa, look at that. Wacko 4 Departures is in the house. 505 subs now. Nicely done. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your subs. It's much appreciated. Nice to know that some people want to just, you know, come and watch and hang out and have a good time. That's what we're here for. Is there an app on the phone you can see departing and arrivals? So the most common one that most people use is called Flight Radar 24, which I also is the most common one that I use. I use quite a few other ones as well because there's a lot of information that's missing from Flight Radar 24. Imagine the induction process all the contractors would have to go through. So there's all different levels of airside, access, depending on what you do. And Chinook will be able to answer it a lot better. So you've got people who just have a temporary access, who have to be escorted and supervised everywhere they go by an approved, person who's of quite a higher level, if that makes sense. You've got people who are allowed to work supervised. You've got other people that are allowed to be airside unsupervised. And there's also different levels, because obviously some people are only allowed to work like around the planes and the gates. And there's other people that are actually allowed to drive out on the taxiways. You have to have it's like a license, I guess you could say, that allows you to actually drive a vehicle on a taxiway or on a runway. And then you've got the people that are allowed to operate out there unsupervised. And you also have to be, different categories are allowed to communicate with the tower. So there's a lot of different things. Chinook will be able to answer it a lot better, but that's like a very rough explanation as how I know. The Texans, the New Zealand Air Force demonstration team, known as the Black Falcons. So they're in the middle of their demonstration season at the moment. I think they've done 3 or 4 shows now. So that's actually check. You have to go look on their Facebook is the best way. Black Falcons. They do some really cool demonstrations in the Texans. I haven't caught them yet. They were in Wanganui yesterday. They were in Taupo on Saturday, which foolishly I was too busy and didn't make it down there, which is a shame. Would have been cool to see. The BTS, I kind of can do a BTS, but I haven't properly got that all working at the moment. I kind of hack things to make it all work today properly. So I could probably get a BTS up and running, but you don't need to see me. No one wants to see what I look like, do they? We're here for planes, and there's some planes on the screen. that wacko, yeah, he's a sneaky one. Yeah, so for filming access airside is a massive nightmare. So I mean we wouldn't be allowed to do this airside, but even as it is for doing any sort of commercial filming, the airport does require you to have quite a hefty liability insurance. Which I believe it's, I think it might almost be up to, it was either 3 million or 5 million, I can't remember, to go airside, which is a pretty hefty insurance. But as you can imagine, there's also some pretty expensive things out there, which you don't want to be the cause of any of them getting damaged. I can confirm that China Eastern, the A380, that's actually going back to Sydney, that is pushed back. Oops, touched the wrong screen. So that'll be just starting up now, so we'll get to see that take off soon. We've got a Qantas coming in from Sydney in probably about 5 minutes or so. So there you go, Chinook's given the access cards of the yellow cards versus the red cards. I've been airside at a few airports, not Auckland. Auckland's obviously going to be a much different story. But I spent a lot of time airside in Rotorua, and I've also spent quite a bit of time airside in Tauranga. Rotorua, at the moment they're not, but technically they used to be up to almost the same standard as Auckland in terms of the international requirements. So the fencing and everything like that, they had to meet all the same specs because they had one international flight twice a week. Tele used to have do airside access working for Telecom back in the day. Yep. Obviously, there's a lot of contractors that need to get out there and stuff. Another one that was quite common was the weather stations. So most weather stations in New Zealand are based at the airports, and there's a logical reason for why they're based at the airports. It's all about having a big open area with airflow and everything like that, and they're placed on grass, so you don't get the heat of concrete affecting them and all that sort of thing. So a lot of weather stations are based at airports, which also is very useful for the airports, because obviously they can then have some pretty accurate information. Chinook's also talking about, so the different driving permits. So depending on whether you're allowed to just drive on just the airside roads, whether you're allowed to go on the taxiways, and then, he's saying there's even a class 3 to allow you to drive in low visibility. So, it's a real shame that it's really cloudy, because anyone who's looking at flight radar right now would know that there's an A321neo flying straight over the top of me, heading from Raro to Sydney. But unfortunately, the sky is nothing but cloud, so we're not going to get to see that go through. What's that going through at? It must be about 30 something odd thousand feet. Yeah, there we go, about 34,000 feet. So a bit of a shame. Would have been a cool shot, but we got clouds instead. All right, we have got our Qantas coming in from Sydney down there. Going to land down the other end of the airport on runway 05. .737 there. Rob's saying the subs and likes will go up if I switch the... No, it's the opposite, Rob. If I switch the BTS on, I think the subs and likes are going to go down, as you will leave and run away scared. Karen doing an awesome job as an unofficial mod. Yes, I appreciate you being here, Carolyn. Thank you. Being friendly no matter where you go. It's always good. Alright, and as the Qantas heads in, we can do a little switch and watch. Oh, it's on the wrong taxiway. Okay, we'll come back to it. The China Eastern heading out, so it's just on the other taxiway at the moment. We'll wait till it jumps over to the main taxiway. Has Hamilton affected Tauranga or Rotorua in flights? No. As neither Tauranga or Rotorua having international, it doesn't affect them at all. If anything, it's helped. I know of a lot of people that are actually now using Hamilton to get to Rotorua, mainly because it's cheap. It is really cheap to fly into New Zealand via Hamilton at the moment. It doesn't make it, necessarily, because it's all Jetstar, but it's all good. So if anything, it's going to help, because it puts people a lot closer to where they need to be. Why are they landing on 05? The wind. So if we go look over here at the windsock, you will see that the windsock is quite clearly blowing from the southeast, essentially not quite straight down the runway, but kind of down the runway. So the planes need to land into the wind, hence why we don't get to see them on 2-3 today. But obviously 2-3 is the preferred runway, but if the wind doesn't allow it, the wind doesn't allow it, and we have to use 05. But that's alright, because we've got this beautiful China Eastern down here that's going to go screaming over our heads soon. So departures from here are really cool. Got Air New Zealand A320 coming in here from Wellington, NZ420. Well, everyone's looking at the pause on the Qantas. So it's very rare that we'll see pause here. We don't see the A330s anymore. They had the pause. Oh, actually, we do see. No, I lie. We do see A330s here from Perth now. They've changed. Because it's the international flights coming to here, they want to use the more efficient planes. So they're going to use the newer planes, which have the split scimitar winglets on them, which means they'll be the newer logo on the tail, which means we don't get very many pause. But that's all good. It's all part of the fun. Alright. Our China Eastern should be lining up any moment now. All the way down the end there. No, there shouldn't be anyone fishing out there. It's all restricted land all the way out there. So, where were you seeing people? I'm trying to work out where you were even seeing that. We'll see how we go, whether this is going to test us or not. I might just drop my iPad a little bit lower, see if I can get it out of the way of the handle. Oh, in a boat. Okay. If they were in a boat, then they're allowed to be, so there's markers out there. So there's a certain distance they have to be away from the actual airport. But yes, boats do go fishing out in that harbour there. Lots of great fishing. Well, looks like China Eastern's now waiting for a New Zealand 320 coming in from Christchurch. Be able to see. I don't think we'll be able to see the marker buoys from here. I always forget just how much you can actually see when I zoom this in. So. What do we got here? NZ536 coming in from Christchurch. Now that that's landed, China Eastern is going to line up. So let's go back over to that. We'll have a look back out past that windsock in a bit. Try and see if I can see them. You know, truck drivers honk at each other. What are planes doing this to each other on the runway? Well, if a plane sees another plane on the runway, we've got a problem. So they're not normally going to happen. But at that time also is critical. where, you know, it's obviously one of the most critical points of flight, so their focus is purely on their own plane and landing it. However, I have seen video of planes flying past each other in the sky, and they flash their lights to each other to say hello, kind of similar to, I guess, what truck drivers do as well. Already off and off, nice and early, which means it's going to probably come past us really high. Moving the iPad lower, I still didn't get it low enough. There we go, it's now back in shot. It's the trade-off of coming down this side. It is a very high shot to get those planes coming in overhead. See how long we can hold it for. Fighting the wind here, we're kind of pointing the camera straight into the wind. Makes it a little bit challenging. So at least we got quite a lot of cloud, but the cloud, the cloud, oh, there it goes. No, not quite. The cloud itself is reasonably high. So we will keep it for quite a while. So the Atlas Air fly over Helen, nice, very nice. It's shouldn't be too far away actually. Looking at the time, should be all of about 5 or 6 minutes away at a guess, and there we go, off into the cloud. So looking forward to that. We'll keep an eye out for it and see if we can. It'll take quite a long approach, so we probably won't see it too soon as it heads its way across Auckland to get here. Just trying to scan and see. I think it might still be in the cloud. Dashy here heading off for 2. Kerry, we don't want to, oops, where are you? We don't want to neglect our little Dashy friends. Again, really high. I may have to change the setup a little bit. You know what I've just caught a glimpse of? If that's what I think it is, that up there is our 747. Let's push in, use all the last bits of zoom we've got. Not quite, we'll stop about there. So there we go. That there is our 747 of Atlas Air on behalf of Qantas. All the way from Honolulu. Even see it make that last bit of a turn there as it lines itself up onto final. Carolyn's heading off to do some lurkers while she does some housework. Enjoy the housework, Carolyn. Does anyone ever enjoy housework, or is it just one of those chores that you have to do? What are we still? We're still a long way out with that Atlas. Still a couple of minutes out from landing, but that's alright, we'll stay with it. Make the most of our time with a 747 on the screen. Walnut Coin's found it all now, he's onto it. He's got flight radar set up, figuring out everything. Once again, the cloud's going to block our view of Fiji flying over from Nanded Christchurch. Yes, Malaysia with the A380, that's only about 25 minutes out. Get to see some really cool planes here. Auckland's got a good balance of everything, I find. Lots of 777s, 787s, A350s, a couple of A380s now. You know, we even still get the 747s. Get a few 747 freighters. No 747 passenger planes as standard, but lots of 747 freighters. Oh, Jaffa Jet's just quickly ducking out. Let's quickly see. Look, we can see there was the 747. There's the Jaffa Jet. Quickly grab that. Alright, back to the 747. Are there any flights that stopped flying in or out of Auckland? What do you mean by that? I mean, obviously along the years things have changed, you know, back with COVID and stuff like that. There was a lot of flights that stopped operating. Some of them haven't come back still. Let's see how graceful the Queen can touch down. Not a bad landing there, right as a big gust of wind hits. Again, that's going to come down nice and long. It has to skip those exits there because of the works, which is good. It's going to come down, give itself a nice view. Or give us a nice view, should I say. Welcome to Auckland the Queen. That's the one, Dave. Gorgeous. I love the 747. Always nice to still see it here. Pete was in Auckland about 9.5 years ago and seeing the 3 A380s in Auckland, all from Emirates. So, yes. Now, there was a weird statistic about that. That at one point, Auckland Airport had the most, was it departures of A380s by, you know, after Dubai. There was some weird statistic about it. You are correct, there is no windows on this plane. It is a freight plane. Nothing but cargo on board this one. Potentially specialised cargo or not, we'll see. It's a Qantas contracted one, so they do a lot of just standard freight as well as specialised freight. So yeah, back in the day there used to be, I believe it was like one direct service. Was it one direct and two indirect or something like that? So there was obviously the one that went from Brisbane to Auckland, jumped through. There was the direct Dubai to Auckland, and I can't remember where the other one came from. It might have been something like Melbourne or something like that. So yeah, Auckland Airport used to be like the home of the A380. It was quite a weird little thing. It's a shame they don't anymore. See the little ATR and behind it there. It barely even comes up to the wings. There we go. Pete's yeah. So it was the only airport outside of Dubai that had 3 A380s from one airline. It's kind of a shame they don't anymore. That would be cool. But obviously Christchurch has an A380 now as well from Emirates, so it does the hop over from Sydney. Pip in Orbit, how you doing? Welcome along. You've come in just in time to see the back end of the 747 as it makes its way down to the far end of the airport. Alright, looks like we have got a couple of cool departures coming up soon. So Korean Air has pushed back. That's going to make its way off to Seoul in the 787-9. And in New Zealand, 777 off to Singapore has also pushed back, and actually that looks... no, it's probably just starting up actually. So we're going to see a couple of nice big heavy departures going out, which is great from the spot. We love those. Waikanai Beach, how you doing? There you go, James. That is how you pronounce a Waikanai Beach. You did pretty good last night. I've got to give you credit on that one. I've got an A320 heading off to Queenstown, flying overhead. Oh, still slamming that iPad. Might have to move it. Might have to move the iPad. Oh, how's that for a shot? Dashi and a 747 in the same shot. And a little car. We a little car as well. Ah, it was Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. Right, yeah. I'm actually surprised they don't still send the Brisbane one this way. It's you know, it sits there on the ground for so long. Just flick it over here, will you? Because that'd be a really cool way for me to get back to Brisbane. It's got plenty of time. can see a Air New Zealand domestic jet there pushing back, and head off to Christchurch as well, sneaking through. And we're also going to get potentially in the shot in a moment the ZKOYB, the Star Alliance all black livery A321. Oh, look at the side of the, there we go, let's little side on shot of the 747 as it ducks in behind. There's a Qantas arrival down the back there. That came in from Melbourne while we were watching the 747. But where are we? There you go. OYB, the Black Star Alliance livery. Only one in the world, actually. Had to do a little bit of special stuff to make it that they were allowed to do a Black Star Alliance plane. All the others are just white. So something pretty cool for Air New Zealand there. What's the best and worst times to fly during the year? Depends on what, from what perspective you're talking. So right now we're at a time of the year, they actually call it northern winter. So our summer, which is technically our peak time, which means there is more airlines flying to here, which means there's more flights available and theoretically a little bit more competitive on the pricing side of things. Where when it's northern summer, so their peak, but it's our winter, you will find that there's less flights, less demand, less flights, if that makes sense. But you're flying off to a different place. But ooh, there we go. There's the Korean slipping on out. But it depends if you're talking like weather-wise. You know, obviously there's no real, particular time of the year. But you can get, when there's a lot of like thunderstorms and stuff like that, depending on where you're flying to and from, there'll be a lot more delays and diversions. So if you're worried about that, then that's always a factor. But ultimately, I would just fly at whatever time of the year suits whatever your travel plans are. I wouldn't worry too much about the actual flights. Yeah, Pete, it was all about, well, there's a whole bunch of reasons, but obviously now that they've got the one that does the Sydney to Christchurch, that adds a little bit and changes things up there a little. But it is a real shame. It is a real shame that, yeah, they don't send that one over to New Zealand anymore. Who knows? Pepsi logo. Yes. Oh, look, there's the 777 coming out in between as well. I mean, New Zealand going to head off to Singapore. This is the old Korean Air logo, and which it does indeed look like the Pepsi logo, and has been nicknamed that. They've got a new logo now. The new livery has only flown here once or twice, because it's only on certain planes at the moment. So generally we'll only see it if they come in on the 787-10 instead of the 787-9, which is every now and then, but not anytime soon that I can recall. So hopefully, I wonder if I can just scoot my iPad across a bit and try and buy myself a tiny bit more space on the handle. The alternative is I shrink my handle in a little bit and see if that helps as well. Sorry, it's going to shake the camera a little. It's going to shrink the handle. Just want to try and see if I can keep these in shot while they go over. We'll see what happens. Tanman wants to know how far away is the Singapore A380. So it's due in just after 1 p.m. Let me have a quick look on flight radar. Yeah, so it's still due in at about, well, it's saying at the moment about 1:08 p.m. So roughly 50 minutes away. So fingers crossed That should still be about right. Looking forward to that coming in. Another A380 service for Auckland. It's only going to be doing it for a couple of months. And it does mean that we've lost a 777 and an A350 service. So they've essentially combined two into one. But it works out that because it's the busy time down this part of the world, they've got space to be able to bring an A380 here. So make the most of it. Have I ever seen Auckland Airport backed up with planes just sitting on the runway? On the taxiways, yes. Auckland does get it, particularly like after weather and stuff like that. If there's been a lot of delays, there's a lot of planes just stacked up waiting to get out. There can be some reasonably big queues of planes. Obviously nothing like what you see overseas, but you know, we still get a decent stack of sort of 6, 7, 8 planes, depending on. And you can even see it most mornings actually, about 7 AM. Auckland Airport has a massive big peak about 7 AM of domestic flights. So almost every area in New Zealand, a plane leaves from Auckland at 7 AM to get there, give or take. So yeah, makes things a little bit chaotic. Tan Man's gonna be flying on the A380 in March. Nice, very nice. All right, we've got a Dashi taking off here, heading to Blenheim. We'll grab that quickly. Already making that right hand turn to head south. Alright, Korean is going to line up. Korean is lining up onto the runway. To make its way out nice and quickly before the beach, the Super King comes in. Helen flew on the Singapore A380 last September. Nice. I last did it August 24 was when I last flew on Singapore's A380. Well, the only time I flew on Singapore's A380 actually. And the only A380 flight I've done. But thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll do it again. Wing flex on that Dreamliner. It's just incredible. Alright, Air New Zealand 777 is lining up next, so we'll swing back round and grab that. NZAA going to head off to Singapore, which is where our next A380 is coming in from. I wasn't lucky enough to sit upstairs on the A380, unfortunately. I was downstairs, sort of, well, just by the wing actually, front of the wing. So only flew premium economy, which was still an awesome experience. Singapore does an excellent job. Alright, listen for that 777 I'm screaming overhead. Heavies are making it a little bit easier on me. They come off a bit longer and lower, so it means I get a chance to swing the camera around without destroying everything else on the tripod. Alright, head that one to head off up into the clouds. Come back around and see what we got going on next. Lining up on the runway. Oh, what happened here? Already rolling down towards us. We have an A320 heading off to Christchurch. Oh, clouds are clearing, the sun's coming out, and that's getting quite warm. Might need to go and get myself a drink out of the car. Oh, big gust of wind as well. I apologise to everyone's ears. Very high, the A320. I'm going to lose it, and that's as far as we're going to get on that one. Come back round though, because it looks like another big one going out. What we got there? NZ105 heading off to Sydney in another 777. So we'll look forward to that one heading over in a minute. How have I been? Been okay since Kev left me last week. Yeah, had myself a busy little weekend, kept myself going alright. So, but I've already made plans for my next little catch up with Kev, which will be good. So I won't give too much away yet. That's until Kev's finished finalising what his actual plans are, but I will head down to Wellington hopefully in a couple of weeks' time if we're lucky. All works out. I've got a Dashi here heading off to Tauranga. Oops, sorry. Look down. You like the cup holder on Singapore? Safe for spilling the drinks. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It might have been. I remember one airline we still had drinks sitting in front of us when we took off, in the little drink holder. So they weren't like on the, weren't on the tray table. We had a little drinks holder, and I can't remember. That might have been Singapore, or it might have actually been Lufthansa. I remember one of them. All I remember was, wow, that was such a smooth departure. The drinks are still sitting there full. Oh, that sun's come out, giving us a little bit of heat haze now. I was kind of enjoying that bit of shade we had before. And that wind is starting to pick up as well, isn't it? So, I do apologise. Let me know if that gets too annoying, and I'll do a little bit of work. We also have Malaysian Airlines and the A330-900 making its way in soon, so we'll look forward to seeing that as well. Another little Dashi here going off to Gisborne. Kind of fighting that wind to hold the camera now. Alright. Let's see what's going on down here. That 777. Is it going to line up or is it going to wait? Let's see. I suspect it's going to line up. So we'll see the departure first of the 777 off to Sydney. And then we'll see the arrival of Malaysian Airlines A330-900. Always love seeing one of the A330neos. Not the world's most common plane, but they are a beautiful plane. Really annoyed with myself now that I forgot the blimp. Alright, rolling out, NZ 105. Someone's going to hit this button. love the sound of the GE90s when they take off. Right, let's turn back around. As much as I love watching a 777 take out off, we have got all the way from Kuala Lumpur. There it is there. Malaysian Airlines. MH145. Tamman wanting to know if I have a favourite plane. I mean, I gotta go with the 777. I gotta go with the 777. There's just something impressive about them. The GE90s is definitely a big part. They just sound incredible. They're so powerful. It's just so much raw power, and they're such a big plane too. So I'm gonna have to go with that. PLA, how you going? Thanks for stopping by. Chinook, thank you. Yes, apparently, yes, I haven't been keeping an eye on it myself, but we have gone past the 500 subs point today, which is awesome, so thank you very much. A380 doing what's big wheelie as they do. Very standard thing for them to do in the A330s. Hold the nose wheel up as long as they can. Do a nice big wheel, and what they're doing is exposing the bottom of the wing to the wind, which helps them slow down quicker. So we may even see. Oh, they're still holding a bit of pace. Thought maybe we might have seen them pull off at the high speed before the works, but it looks like they're going to come all the way down to us, which is no complaints from me on that one. Happy to see them come further down. Thank you, Pip. Appreciate it. Beautiful A380 there from Malaysia Airlines. Nice livery on it too. ZKOYA A320 Neo domestic variant from Air New Zealand, heading off to Queenstown in the background there. We'll grab that heading out. Very popular place at this time of the year, Queenstown. Lost sight of that. Lost the shot on the sun. Alright. While you all watch Malaysian Airlines taxi in, I'm going to quickly grab a drink. I'll be back in a moment. Right. Pele watching from the Kapiti coast, waiting for the A380. It's not too far away. Having a look, it is, what are we, about half an hour out. So, getting exciting now, waiting for Singapore to bring the A380 back to Auckland Airport. Tanman saying, nice choice with the 777 for you. It's the A350-900 ULR. The real ULR, which I believe is Singapore Airlines the only ones that have a true A350-900 ULR. Obviously they fly those on the Singapore to JFK route, which is, I believe, those planes are also a full premium or majority premium setup. So obviously maximising range and reducing passenger numbers for the weight. There's a couple of other airlines out there that run, they call them a ULR, but I don't think they are truly a ULR. But I haven't flown on an A350 yet. I can imagine they are, like, as a passenger, I can imagine they are a really nice experience. And they are a good looking plane. But they've kind of fallen into that whole, they're so modern, so efficient, so smooth, so well designed, that they're kind of a little bit boring. It's going to be a controversial thing to say, isn't it? But there's something about the 777 and even the old 330s and stuff like that. There's just that raw power. You don't really get that the same anymore. Out of the 350, they're too well built. A little bit of a line of planes there. We've got the Malaysia heading off to go park up at the gate. We're going to have the 777 actually heading out soon. That looks cool. That's just pushed back, so looking forward to that. We then have also behind that NZ110 A320 came in from Sydney. That's also heading off to the gate. And then we can see down there an A320 to Dunedin is pushed back. So, and then we get some more works vehicles crossing the taxiway. And, yeah, you can compare it the same with modern cars. It's like they're you know, a modern car. It's like they're really efficient, really powerful. They can get speed really quick, but they're just like quiet and lacking the raw power. That was awkward. Is that working again, hopefully? I didn't plug something in properly. That was silly. Hopefully that's resolved it. I'll go like that, and then like that, and let's just hope. Hopefully I resolved it. If not, I may go silent again. So what happens when you don't quite correctly plug things in? Batteries start going flat. Slight pause, back now, yeah. Yeah, it was just the my little audio mixer when the battery went flat. It didn't go flat, it was going. Getting low, and it just popped up with a little warning to tell me that it stopped because of it. Worst case, I'll quickly have to run to the car and swap another battery out. It's not the end of the world. Let's have a a quick look over at these tails over here. You can see a nice little assortment of tails, all different planes. We can see an ATR, A320, A321, and potentially down in the distance there, we might even be looking at a 787 or a 777. I can't quite tell from here on the back of the camera. But if we have a look, you can sort of see the left one, that's definitely an A321. Then there's an ATR, and then I think the next one will be probably an A320. But the one to the right of that looks like it's all the way down at International there. So that potentially is something a bit bigger. I just can't quite see. Oh, it's on the move. Oh, that's the A320 that just came in from Sydney. So that's heading into the international bays. There we go. That makes sense. Such a hive of activity here. So we can see in the shot there's a works van being escorted, and some more vehicles, obviously a bunch of planes and stuff. If we look over here, we can see a truck also being escorted, so we'll see that truck's got, you can't see it through the grass, there's a vehicle leading that. Looks like a runway inspection happening at the moment. Where was that? I just missed it. There we go there. There's a ute driving down the runway at the moment. And there's a windsock. That's the far end windsock. That's a long way away to look for a windsock. You can see how windy it is though, making it a little bit of a challenge for the planes. And then, where did I see it? Down the far end I saw some more trucks being escorted around too. So, absolute hive of activity at Auckland Airport. So much works are happening here. Alright, we're going to see how the next 777 just poke its nose out any moment. If we keep an eye out about there, I reckon we're going to see a 777 poke its nose out. Unless it turns, let's see, is it going to come out or is it going to turn first? If we go there's its nose. It's turning though, just to challenge us a little bit, but that's fine. It's going to pop onto the other little taxiway there. When a VIP comes to New Zealand, there's a special protocol. Not really. I mean, yes, there is. In a certain way, like special aircraft and stuff like that. But in general, the airport still operates as normal as far as like any passengers or anything are concerned. But obviously, in behind the scenes, there's going to be a whole lot of different things happening. Different security protocols and stuff like that, but nothing that, as standard, there's that 777 poking his nose out now. It's the one, Vinny. You get two different views. Make sure you open them both up, have them both on at the same time. It's a A long way down to that 777 now. We've got a little bit of heat going on now that the sun's come out, but that's alright. Got an A320 departing, so we'll quickly grab that. There it is there. That is heading off to... Who's that heading off to? Dunedin. Swing back around and grab that 777. Here's our Singapore, showing 30 minutes from landing for the Singapore A380. And then we also, fingers crossed, similar sort of time frame, we'll get to see the 747 depart as well. So that'll be good. We'll see that come nicely low overhead here, which will be great. And also around that sort of time, we also have American Airlines heading off to Dallas. So a few cool little movements to make a bit of fun. How you doing, Greg? Welcome along. Thanks for tuning in. A 777 is just holding there, waiting. We've got an ATR coming in from New Plymouth. For a little bit of a comparison, there you go. There's the 777 waiting. There's the ATR coming in. How's that painting going, Kev? Getting that all done? ATR's going to touch down and the 777 should line up right behind it. Indeed, we have the 777 now lining up. This one is heading off to Rarotonga, NZ946. I feel like Kev's probably a frequent flyer on this one. But I could be wrong. Maybe he's been to a few different islands. Alright, 777's on the roll. machine. Hold on to this for a little bit longer since we've got plenty of time. Might need to tie my shoelace back up at some point because I just decided to stand on it. It's all good. JP Mac, how you doing? Welcome along. Tan Man loves the Air New Zealand liveries. That's a great livery. I do have to agree with you there. Let's push in and follow that for a little bit longer. Let's see what it does. Should just keep going straight up into the clouds, I think. And there it's gone. Into the clouds. Another little quiet patch, get a few of them, but that's all good. Gives me time to quickly tie my shoelace back up. How's the South Island going there today, JP Mac? On a lunch break. Everyone's going to have a slightly extended lunch break today, are they? To see the Singapore A380 arrive. Rude not to, really. Rude not to. It's not too far away now. About 20 minutes out. As you can no doubt hear, it is pretty windy here today. See Dave and James making some chainsaw jokes there. Cold and windy with glimpses of summer. Well, if it makes you feel better, Auckland is currently warm and windy. With, yeah, I guess you could say glimpses of summer. The sun did come out for a little bit. But the sun is also kind of back behind clouds now, which I'm not complaining if it does. Keep the heat haze down would be nice. But as you can see, Auckland is, oh hang on, you can't see it yet. There we go. Auckland has currently borrowed Wellington's windsock. Thankfully there's not much of a crosswind, so it makes it easier, a little bit easier for all the pilots to land. Take away the challenge. Always confuses me, that Delta plane. Anyone who was looking on Auckland on flight radar, the Delta Airlines plane sits there all day long with its transponder still on. So every time you look, you think there's a plane popped up, but it's not. It's just the same plane over and over again. Sit there for a little bit watching the radar spin round and round and round. Looks like our next few movements are all going to be ATRs. We've got one coming in from Nelson, then there'll be one from Tauranga, and then one from Napier. So a few ATR arrivals coming in. See how they're going, fighting a bit of the wind. Where is it? There it is. Oops. Let's get a bit of focus back. There we go. Driving right down the far end of the runway from us there. In from Nelson at the top of the South Island there. Beautiful spot, Nelson. Danielle, how you doing? Passing out some drinks and snacks to the chat. Nicely done, nicely done. So get yourself one of those ex-plane food trolleys they have. You get them every now and then on sort of auction sites and stuff like that. Could be interesting to have one at home. Figure out if you can power it and even have it keep drinks cold or something. JP Mac wants an upgrade to first class. I wish you luck. I wish you luck on that upgrade. I don't think I could do the job of working in a construction site airside like that. I'd be far too distracted. But I wonder if that construction site needs someone to sit in the corner with a camera, because I feel like I could do that job. Ah, there we go. Everyone's first class. It's nothing but premium here. That's why you get the free drink service. We're into what is the traditionally the quietest part of the day at the airport. Middle of the day is going to be your quiet time. It's when, for the most part, all the internationals come in the morning and they sort of leave again in the evening. You get a few more arrivals in the evening, but it's pretty standard that most of your arrivals are in the morning and then your departures are in the evening. Domestics, obviously, domestic flights go sort of all day long, just in and out, in and out. Danielle's just spotted the Star Alliance. Indeed, that's came in I don't know, about 15-20 minutes ago from Queenstown, so we'll probably actually see that go back out. Now, I know that's heading to Wellington at some point today, or it'll either go to Wellington or it'll go back to Queenstown. So we'll have to keep an eye out. It spends the majority of its day doing Auckland, Queenstown. Let's have a quick look and see actually what we can see. Okay, so it's not going out for another hour. So it goes out at approximately 2:10 PM to Wellington. So it's going to sit here for a bit longer, showing off its tail to us. No complaints. Next ATR is coming into land. This one's coming in from Tauranga. Were you able to see the black ATR? Did I miss something? I'll have to have another look at that. As soon as one ATR comes in, oops, that was a bit harsh. Another ATR is going to head back out. This one's heading off to Nelson. This one. Oh, will we keep it? Will we keep it? Scooting around the tripod. Managed to just hold on to it. And that's as far as I can go with it. See a sub getting towed there. Air Chatham sub. Now, where were you seeing? There it is right there. Wow, you were right. It was right there in shot the whole time. So we have got the All Black ATR in the foregrounds there. I didn't even notice it. Just a little bit classier than Ryanair there, Greg. Right, another ATR coming into land. Wherever it is, I've lost it. There it is. That one coming in from Napier. Keeping my eye on the sky because I'm going to try and catch an early glimpse of the Singapore A380 if we can. Still coming through about 4,500 feet, so it'll be just popping out of the clouds soon. We can see that is not the A380. That is actually our Jetstar coming in from Christchurch in an A320. But hopefully any second somewhere in behind that we might get to see an A380 pop through the clouds. Got it. I've just seen it. Let's see if I can get it with the camera. Somewhere up in here. Where is it? Where is it? I can see it by eye. Surely I can see it by camera. It's kind of just jumping through clouds at the moment, so it's back in the cloud. Give it a moment, it'll be back out. Let's get that Jetstar landing while we hunt for it. For it to pop back out of the clouds again. A380's been doing playing a bit of a game with us in the cloud. Make things a little bit tricky. Alright, let's stop looking at the grass and at least look at the clouds and see if we can... That's the helicopter. That's our helicopter again. Is that the same one from earlier? It is too. That's our same helicopter from earlier. Wasn't what I was quite expecting to catch in that shot, but you know. I have just caught a glimpse again of the A380, but I kind of want to catch the helicopter now. I can't win. There's too much going on. There's that Jetstar on the foreground, the helicopter landing as if it was a plane. The A380 is in view, so we'll go back for that any moment. There is a Cessna that's cut in between, but we'll skip the little Cessna for now, I think. This helicopter should come all the way down to the end of the runway and will land just down in front of us, actually. It's quite funny, when they come to an airport like Auckland, they have to operate like a plane. So they use the runway. They don't land on the runway, but they have to fly the runway. And then they have to use the taxiways. Same thing, they'll hover and fly over the top of the taxiways. So they don't just go straight into wherever they want to park. Let's see if it actually lands or whether it does a hover taxi. So I'll just put itself down on the ground. It's going to actually taxi on the ground. However, as beautiful as that helicopter is, and I'm absolutely loving it, we're going up here and into there, because that there is our Singapore A380 coming into land. And it would be rude not to capture as much of this as we can, considering we did put it as our stream title and even as the thumbnail of the stream. So we'll maximise that. BNE spotters loving it, thank you. I do apologise for the wind. There's only so much I can do about it, but it's especially with forgetting certain items. Probably just go like this for a little bit. Just make it not as bad, because we're not expecting any epic departures for a moment. We are keeping an eye out though. The 747 is due to go soon. Qantas is heading home to Sydney as well. See, A380 shaking around a little bit up in the wind up there. Back just in time. Welcome back, Carolyn. You are indeed. Alright, just about to touch down. Beautiful job. Considering how much they were getting beaten up by that wind coming in on the approach, that's a lovely job of putting it down nicely there. Alex, yeah, it's not often that the wind ever blows in Auckland, is it? Alex saying they butted the heck out of that. When you consider the wind on approach, they did an absolutely stunning job. And look at the size of that beast. It's come all the way down here for us to show off to us. It knows it's the centre of attention, doesn't it? Look at that. Sneaky 787 going out in the background. Yes indeed, Dave. Welcome back to Auckland, the king of the skies. Singapore Airlines A380. SQ 285. What did that take them? How long did that take them to get here? Not bad, not bad. 9 hours and 22 minutes. awesome to see them bringing the A380 back to Auckland. And of course we're going to stay around as well, so about 2 hours time that will be going back out again to return back to Singapore. So we are going to stay here for that as well, and get that departure. The winds are going to stay like this all day, which means we're going to get that departure come straight up over the top of us here, which is going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait. Two hours, quick turnaround. Yeah, so 2 hours is a realistically sort of a standard turnaround for an international flight, or for a heavy. They try to give themselves a little bit more than that, normally about 2 to 3 hours. So I don't think it's exactly 2 hours away. I'm possibly putting everyone a little bit wrong there. It is due to depart in, well no, it is technically due to depart in less than 2 hours time actually. So we'll definitely see it go. We can see a little bit of a lineup of planes to depart down there. So Singapore's just doing a bit of a zigzag to make its way down to international. Going to jump back out onto taxiway Alpha for a moment to squeeze through. But we are going to jump off that, because just coming in above that we've got an A350-900 coming in all the way from Hong Kong, from Cathay Pacific. Whoops, sorry. Helps if I actually show you the plane I'm talking about, doesn't it? Awesome having it that close. I do love this spot for that. Another nice landing there from the A350. See where that pulls up. Looks like that one's going to make the high speed on the other side actually, so it's not going to come the whole way to come see us. And then in behind that, if we go like this, we can see a bit of everything. So we've got the Cathay Pacific there. We've got Singapore A380, and in the middle there is the 787 of American Airlines heading off to Dallas Fort Worth. So we're about to get that come nicely up overhead. It's just lining up on the runway as we speak. While that starts its roll out, let's just one last quick glimpse of Singapore. as that makes its way in round the back to go and unload all its passengers. We'll see that again soon. But American Airlines is on the roll. Look at those wings load up. So the plane then lifts up with them. Beautiful job there by American. NZ to Dallas will be one of the longest. Yes and no. Yes and no. NZ to Dallas is certainly a long flight, but it ranks in the grand scheme of longest flights, I think somewhere around number 20. So it is certainly up there, but, well, no, not in the world's longest flights, but in terms of like Auckland's longest flights, it's like number 10, so it certainly is up there. That wing flex, I tell you, Carolyn, it's amazing, isn't it? Auckland is totally next level. I can't wait till I get to host the boys back here again. I hope it happens soon, and I hope Maddie can actually join James next time. There's just so much good action here. Alex saw the ATR sneaking in as well through that shot. Indeed. Mentioned an outbound 747. Yeah, we're keeping an eye out. Look, being a cargo plane, its schedule will be a little bit loose, but it's technically is due out any moment. So we're keeping an eye out once we see it pinging on the radar. It wasn't that long ago we did see it come in, so hopefully, depends on how much they have to offload and reload. Hopefully we'll get to see that come out to play soon. Let's go back to the runway and get the 737 of Qantas QF144 heading off to, I believe it's Sydney. As we swing back round, we can see we've got a couple of A320s lining up to depart. Just started watching. Thank you, Jesse. Good to see you. Welcome along. Still looking forward to a little bit of action today. So, indeed, we've got the 747 to head out. Obviously, that A380 is going to go back out. We still have a few other heavies as well going to make their way out today. So. And we'll kind of just see how we go, to how well we last, and how many we get to see take off. Try and make the most of it. Alright, A320 here of Air New Zealand heading off to Christchurch. JP Mac's got to go back to work. Oh, sorry to hear that, but thanks for hanging out, and I'm glad you got to see Singapore arrive. Oh, that one went so high. I've lost that. It went almost straight up and over. There's no way I was going to catch that one again. Let's line up and see. We've got a Jetstar going to head out, although that's waiting because coming in we have A321 Neo of Air New Zealand coming in from Nandi. Karen's saying, hope I got snacks. I don't have snacks, but I do have a couple of sandwiches, so I made sure to quickly stop in. They're gas station sandwiches, but they're perfectly fine. Grabbed a couple of them on my way through, but I forgot the snacks, but that's okay. I can survive without food as long as I got plenty of drink. A320 is a bit of a letdown after the treats we've had. Yeah, you got to fill in the gaps with something though, don't you? You can't just have nothing but heavies. So we've got to take the A320s in with it. Still love the A320 though. Phil's saying that Fiji's coming in indeed. Fiji 411 also from Nandi coming in an A330-200. Looking forward to that. Speaking of it though, Carolyn, I might have to go and crack into a sandwich soon. We'll see. If we get another quiet patch, I'll go get my sandwich. Ooh, what's that? Hang on. What is that? Yeehaw, check that guy out. Dassault Falcon, New Zealand registered one, ZKOCB. Oopsie, gotta stop leaning on the camera. That looks like it's heading out to play. Another Jetstar taking off here. Getting distracted. Distracted by planes though, so I guess that's not a bad thing. Kept that one in shot. Lovely job, Jetstar. Not bad for a Jetstar plane. Oops. Focus back. Coming in next, we've got an A320 from Dunedin, from Jetstar, another Jetstar. Tell you, there's a lot of Jetstar flights in New Zealand now. They've really picked up their market share. And the other one is Jetstar now also flies internationally to both Hamilton and Dunedin. So Jetstar's certainly made a name for themselves of flying all over the place. Sorry, quick bit of hydration. There it is there, our little Dassault Falcon. See if he makes it out before Fiji makes it in. I've just got eyes on Fiji now. It's still a bit of a way out. So as long as he can get on the runway. Oh no, he's still a little bit. I don't think he's going to quite make it there before Fiji lands. But once he does, he's going to be an absolute rocket. He's going to be up real high. I don't think we'll be able to follow him for some reason. Just my gut feeling. That Jetstar turning to go to the terminal. Well, it's always a little bit awkward when you flatline the audio. My apologies to everyone on that. Hope that didn't hurt your ears too much. Oh, I'm sorry. We quite literally had an audio flatline. Oh dear. Alright, let's jump off the Dassault Falcon because right above it we have Fiji A380-200 coming into land. Back to a 5x5. Thank you, B&E Spotter. Sorry about that. Oh dear. Oh dear. Rip to the ear with the earphone in. Oh. See, it's always one of those things, it's like, I'm never sure if you can hear the same things I can, but it's all set up that we're listening to exactly the same thing, so unfortunately it means the tone that I get, you get too. Oh, my apologies. Oh, you guys are going to have to watch that back and let me know, did Fiji just land twice there? That certainly looked like I saw 2 puffs of smoke. Actually, I think it was just the back wheels and then the front wheels of the landing gear, the way that the bogies tilt. So I don't think there was no bounce or anything in it. I have heard though from pilots that landing a A330 is kind of like landing multiple times anyway, because they sort of put the back set of gear down, then the main, you know, put the weight onto the main gear, and then bring the nose down. So, but yeah, I don't think it was a bounce. I think it was just the back wheels, then the front wheels of the wheels of the what do you call it, the bogie. But I could be wrong. Love the Fiji Airways liveries. Conveniently, they also skipped all the high-speed taxiways so that they could come and show off the livery to us in person. Look at that. I love it. Absolutely love it. Let's push right in on it and just let it go through. Carolyn's saying the back wheels then the front back wheels. That sounds like a fair way to explain it. I don't know if they actually call it a bogey or if I'm just making that up from other things. It's but it's the wheel set, I guess you could call it. So with a bit of luck as well, we'll get to see this Fiji A380 head back out today. And oh, hang on, where are you? Where'd that little rocket go? I've lost it. There it is. Absolutely rocketed. Oh, lost it. Let's see if I can get it back. And went screaming sky high. Totally forgot about that. I was so distracted by the Fiji A330 that I forgot we had a Dassault Falcon lining up to head off. Already making his turn to head south. Is he in the cloud already? Not quite, just about. I was not ready for that. Right, next departure coming out, QF 154 737-800 heading off to Melbourne. Captain Mickey Mouse, how you doing? Welcome along. Came in your recommendations. How cool is that? Are you like a Mickey Mouse captain of, like, you know, Tugboat Willie? Or is it, sorry, Steamboat Willie, isn't it? Or are we an airline sort of captain? What sort of captain is Mickey Mouse? Heading out in the background there, we can see, not only can we see the Fiji still heading in, but we can see a 787-900 Dreamliner of Air New Zealand, NZ127, going to make its way off to Melbourne. And I can confirm the 747, I'm going to stop doing that. I keep leaning on the camera and just letting it keep rotating. I can confirm the 747 of Qantas, or Atlas here, flying on behalf of Qantas, is pinging in the bay, so it should be pushing back any moment. So hopefully we'll see that go out in the next sort of 5-10 minutes. Captain Mickey Mouse says just nothing. Okay, fair enough. I like the name though. I like the name. Yeah, for a few more hours at least, yeah. Something like that. Still fun. It's a place to see them. Sorry, I'm back. Not an actual captain, just came up with a name. Well, I like the name. I like the name. Whew. That wind is picking up. You know what's annoying is I don't even have my buttons to... Let me try something quickly. Let me try something quickly. Let's go. Let's go here. No, not there. Here. There. That. Here. Sorry, I'm just figuring out what I'm trying to do. Seeing if I can get the weather to pop up. It doesn't help. Can I get it? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it wants to work. Where'd that Dreamliner go? There's the Dreamliner. I can't quite get into my controls. That's okay. That's okay. We'll work on that another time. Another one. Hello, Karina Thompson. I'm curious. The wind's not too bad. That's good. That's good. I was just more curious what the actual wind was, or what the meta was, so I'll just have to do it the old school way of just looking it up and then telling everybody as opposed to showing everyone it on screen. It's off to, what was it, Melbourne, I believe, in New Zealand's Dreamliner. Making the turn already. And I've just seen something on the taxiway. So we're going to turn back around, head back down to the other end of the runway because they wasted absolutely no time at all coming out. It's a 747. QF7552, so it's a Qantas freight operated by Atlas Air. So it's actually an Atlas Air plane, Atlas Air crew, Atlas Air everything, but flying for Qantas. It's making its way off to Sydney, so that came in, what was it, a couple of hours ago now? Not even. Came in from Honolulu. Now it's going to make its way off to Sydney. actually in focus for everyone. Straight onto the runway, no time to kill. And then I guess, what's the gut feeling? What do we think? Is this going to be a long and low departure? Or is it going to... Is the old Queen going to show us what she's made of? Rolling already. No time wasted. And she's up. What a departure there. I was hoping to see her make a really quick right-hand turn if it's going to Sydney, but looks like it's going to hold that climb for a bit yet. Robbie, how you doing? Sunday fun day on a Monday. Oh, it's making a left-hand turn. Going the opposites. Going to lose it to the clouds. Somehow it's just skimming below the clouds, so I'll hold it for a little bit more, but we're going to lose it behind a pole and a sign in a second. There's the pole, and there's the cloud, or is that the sign? That was the sign actually, we lost it to the sign. We got landing there, that looks like an A380. That looks like OAB. Another All Blacks plane. Yeehaw. Can't complain, Robbie. Any day I can hang out at the airport and watch planes is a good day. Now I see Delta Airlines has finally changed over to showing Auckland to LAX instead of LAX to Auckland. So that means that it's going to be heading out soon, probably about half an hour or 45 minutes or so's time, I think it is. But they've obviously loaded up the next flight plan into it, which is cool. Correct, 747 is off to Sydney, Australia. So it's running as a Qantas freight, that one. Unfortunately, the clouds, just a bit much, we don't get to see it as it flies back. Sky Spotter, how's it going? Yeah, Kev went back to Wellington on Thursday night. So I went back home as well, and then I've come back up this morning to come see some planes. We got a Dashi here heading off to Gisborne, if I quickly grab it. It's already up in the sky. But we can't neglect our little Dashi mates. Props are spinning. Alright, and that gets far too awkward. Look at that. So now we have here 3 black planes, I believe, if I look at this correctly. So we can see OAB. If you look close, you can see the Star Alliance tail of OYB, sorry. And then you can also see ZKMVA, which is the ATR All Black. All in that one shot. How cool is that? Robbie's been hanging out at San Francisco, eh? Nice. Another A320 coming into land from Wellington. Dalston to LAX leaves 42 minutes. Give or take, yep, that'd be cool to see that one head off. Another A350 service. Nice couple of excavators in the middle there. So if we have a quick look and see on our departures in particular, we also have due out soon Malaysia Airlines, again in the A330-900 going back to Kuala Lumpur. Air Canada in the Dreamliner, they'll be heading off soon as well. Obviously in a little bit we have Delta as well, as we've just been talking about. So a few more heavies coming up in the next little bit. About an hour's time for Fiji to head back out. And around about the same time we'll also see the A380 of Singapore head back out. Cathay Pacific and their A350-900 as well. So going to be a little bit of action to go yet. ATR here with its frozen props. Where's that going to? Nelson. Sorry, lost it. Let's get it back. The old frozen prop trick playing on us. What runway will Singapore take off from? So we only have one runway. So yeah, we're running on one physical runway that's physically operational. So we're running on 05 right today. So Singapore will take off from the far end towards us. We have here a Dashi coming in. Lots of props here. Little Dashi coming in from Kerry. Indeed, Greg, thank you. You're very correct there. 2 viewers found this from recommendations, yes. So please do hit the like button. I do appreciate it very much. It's the one. Well, there's two things you can do for me. So you can hit the like button. That's the most important one, the freest one, and the easiest one to do. And then if you want to see more, hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't already. Which will then mean that will encourage me to come and do more. The more subscribers I get, I guess, the more encouragement it will be for me to make sure I give you something to look at. So, lining up down the back end there, we have got what looks like another Dashi. That's heading, funny enough. So if we go like this, we can see on the left there is a Dashi coming in from Kerry, and on the right is a Dashi going out to Kerry. Look at that, right one in front of the other now. Dashi's taking no time to get up off the runway. Another one's going to go rocketing sky high. See how long we can keep it in shot for. Hit the tripod again. They just go so high, they push the limits of what we can reach, unfortunately. We've got an Air Chatham's heading out. Where are you going? Air Chatham's Saab heading off to Paraparaumu. I don't think you'll see many Dashis over in America anymore. America very much love their jet planes, so even for regionals and stuff, obviously use a lot of the CRJs and stuff like that. Do love our Dashis over here, still in New Zealand. Dashis and ATRs, which you might even see the odd ATR maybe over there, I guess. I think there's a few Canadian airlines that are still running them. Is that what I think it is? We have like almost a full family. This is the all black Dash 8 ZKNEM. So we now have the all black Dashi, the all black ATR, all black A320, and all black Star Alliance A321. Anyone who's got collector cards, there we go. It's like Pokemon, got to catch them all, right? Ah, yeah, you probably have got heaps of A220s over there now. So we don't have any A220s in New Zealand yet. Qantas has a few in Australia. So we will get to start seeing some A220s in New Zealand soon, which will be awesome. So I think all we're missing is, the 777, that'd be cool. The 787, I'm not sure if that's left Singapore yet. It's almost due to come back from Singapore. And there is another 321. Can't remember the reg off the top of my head. So the international 321 is also, but I that might be... I think that might be off on service at the moment. I could be wrong. A220 in New Zealand. No A220s coming for Air New Zealand. No. Hey. Oh, there we go. We get All Blacks up there. See, quickly, there we go. 4 All Blacks in one shot. All right, let's get the white little helicopter. So the only route at the moment planned for A220s to New Zealand is Qantas flying Brisbane to Wellington. So, which is going to be an awesome one. So it's kind of one of the longer routes that Qantas does in terms of the smaller international jets. So that starts on the 2nd of February. So that's going to be awesome to see. Fingers crossed, I will hopefully be down in Wellington to see its arrival. In Canada have the Dash 8s run used by Air Canada, and WestJet also runs Dash 8s. Nice. I mean, it is their home, right? It's where they originate from, so it kind of does make sense. Very rare movement here, as we can see. Although I'm saying that, and then all of a sudden there's like, you know, this is the second helicopter I've seen in the second day I've been here. So maybe they're playing tricks on me. Now, I'm not sure if the helicopter may have to wait, just in case, because there is a 321 coming in, so the helicopter won't be able to get in the way of any potential sort of go-around path. Oh, wouldn't that be cool if he did be an E-spotter? Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe I'll get to see him in Wellington, eh? Interesting, there's no livery, so to speak, on the helicopter. No, it's, well, most helicopters don't run a livery, especially corporate ones. But the fact that this one's, like, purely white is a little bit different too. So I'm used to a lot of corporate helicopters in New Zealand being black, or, you know, dark colours. So to see this one all white and like that is actually, I really like it. It is a gorgeous helicopter. I hit the record button on the camera. Alright, looks like a successful landing from the 321. So once it's scrubbed off enough speed, we might get to see this helicopter do its little departure. If we watch closely, you'll actually see the rotor blades sort of pull up first, and then they'll kind of pick the helicopter up. It's really cool to watch, actually. I don't know how many people have ever watched a helicopter up close and how they operate. All right, we are progressing on the taxiway. And we're now in a hover. And the weight is on. And we have takeoff. Won't stick with it for too long though, because if we go back down to the far end of the runway, whew, that was quite the downhill walk I had to do to get down to hold the camera that way around. We can see down there, all the way down the end there, Air Canada heading off to Vancouver in the 787-900 Dreamliner. Captain Mickey Mouse, sub because you love aviation. Well, I'm glad you do. Thanks for coming along. I appreciate it, and thank you to YouTube for recommending me to you. Let's push in a little bit on that Canada. Can confirm also that I believe Cathay, Malaysia Airlines are all showing as active. Yeah, good point there, Rob. Costs you nothing to subscribe, but the amount that it helps the channel just by subscribing and liking the stream is huge. So thank you very much to everybody who has. I do appreciate it very much. BNE Spotter, I think they'll be alright with the battery situation. I think they'll be alright. Especially if they come to New Zealand for streaming, they'll be fine. I'll look after them. I've got plenty of batteries to fit their gear, so just gives them a more excuse to come to New Zealand as opposed to anywhere else, right? Sounds like a plan to me. JBD Farms flew with Air New Zealand to Vancouver. Nice. Did you do it when it was also the 787, or did you do it on the 777? I know they've had to substitute the 777 in every now and then lately, which is because of some of the shortages with the 777. I'm just going to try see what this does. It may be horrible though, so we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't cut in and out too much. I've just changed the noise limit on the shotgun. So. Hello, Bull Timothy. Is it Bull Timothy? Timothy Bull? This is one of those, you know, YouTube things where it plays with our minds a little bit as to who actually are people now, because they're all using the handles. Did it in the 777 in 2010. Oh right, okay. So that was back before the 787s were ruling the world. Greg's saying flexi. Indeed, look at those wings. Alright, we'll come back around and see what we've got coming next. Let's see. There's one plane just landing there. That is A320 coming in from Invercargill. New Zealand's longest jet service, or domestic jet service. No plugins for anything, no TVs. That must have been on the 777-200s at a guess then. Yeah. All those planes got retired from Air New Zealand about 5 years or so ago. Dave's loving the wing flex. Well, the good news is, no, not for a bit actually. I was going to say there's another one going out, but there's not. I lie. I lie. We do have a little King Air already taken off from the runway. It went full length of the runway actually, so pity can't broadcast ATC. So yeah, it's actually not specifically an ATC rule. It is a generic New Zealand law that prevents the rebroadcasting of any radio transmission. So it's nothing specific to ATC. Oh, that is high. I've lost that one already. Yeah, so it's generic to all radio broadcasts, not just to ATC. So that means police, fire, ambulance, all that as well. You know, any sort of communication that businesses have on two-way radios. And it also protects, you know, once upon a time it was really easy to intercept people's phone calls and stuff like that. So it technically protects all of that information. Yeah, it can be a little bit frustrating, but at the end of the day, I feel that having some information as protected is pretty important. And once you start making exceptions and rules, it can get quite, you know, you start making grey areas. So. On the screen there now, NZ547 heading off to Christchurch, another A320. Captain Mickey Mouse, I'm not sure what you're talking about, unless is the flight number NZ220, because there is no A220s in Air New Zealand fleet, and there is no intention for Air New Zealand to buy any. Listen to that. NZ546 is an A320 coming in from Christchurch. 320-200, not a 220-300. I can already see our next Dreamliner coming in. Let's see if we can get it on the camera. There it is, all the way down there. That is QF119 coming in from Brisbane. I've made it worse, I don't know. More annoying. I'm going to change that. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, here we go. Qantas QF119. Still about 30 seconds or so out. We're just maximising our zoom to capture it. Capture it. Yes, A320s. See, New Zealand has a lot of A320s and A321s as well now. So, but no A220s. Hello from Kenya. How's it going? How's Kenya today? Oh, those wing flicks again. That little kidgy in here is ages away from the microphone, but so excited. Oh, we got the retro livery coming in next. I like. Oh, they hit the brakes nice and hard there, Qantas, making sure that they can get off the runway before the taxiway works. So you're flying on the 320 for the first time in a few days. Nice. In 54 days. Well, enjoy it. The 320 is an impressive machine. They're an absolute dream to fly on. So. Aviation Taha, welcome. How you going? Now, if we look close down there, there's Qantas coming in, Malaysia heading out. But before Malaysia can head out, let's just pop the camera upwards ever so slightly to there, and we can see the Qantas retro route coming in as QF143 coming in from Sydney. big gust of wind again. We'll see when they hit the other end of the runway how the retro route goes with it. We haven't seen any go-arounds yet. So the wind has been probably actually right at that point where it's still helping the planes, giving them plenty of headwind. See some water getting sprayed in the foreground there. What tripod am I using? Nothing too special actually. This is an E-image one. Going to upgrade the tripod at some point soon. But for now, this E-image one's doing the job. It's not too bad. Has Singapore ever waved to you, like the pilots? Well, the pilots are probably a little bit busy at the point that when they fly past me, so no. But it'd be cool. But yeah, the point where they're flying up here is when they've just come off the ground, they're just putting the gear up. So I imagine they're quite busy. Alright, lined up on the runway here now, we have Malaysia Airlines, MH144, heading back to Kuala Lumpur. Aviation Taha likes kakapoos. Should you type in the full name of Tomasa? I mean, you can type it in if you want. I can give it a crack. With it typed in, I might be able to do it off the top of my head. No. Sounds like he's up for giving me a challenge though. It's that A380 900 now already off the ground. Alright, let's swing back round and see what else we've got coming out to play. We can still see QF119 here heading in, still making its way up to the international area. Get some focus back going on. Sometimes in the East Coast, Emirates and Lufthansa wave. Yeah, so when they're on the taxiway and they're sort of parked up on a taxiway, then they've probably got time to wave. But obviously there's certain points of flight that are absolutely critical and they definitely wouldn't be able to wave. Seeing what our next sort of movements are. So we haven't got much in the way of sort of heavy arrivals for a little bit. But we are getting into that sweet spot where we should start seeing a few more heavy departures, so that'll be awesome. We've got an ATR just rolled out now, heading off to Napier, I think. Yes, Napier. Zoom back down here, we can see our All Black Star Alliance plane, ZKOYB. That's heading off to Wellington soon, once it makes its way out on the runway. But we've got an A320 landing from Christchurch first, which we can see over on the left hand side there. Alright, I think our next movement will be most likely OYB. Although, looks like maybe they're going to wait. We've got an ACR coming in from Nelson, so they're going to have a little bit of a wait. If we go like this, we should get the ATR. That doesn't work, does it? Because I've got to remember there's a logo there. There we go. Get the ATR scooting through the top of the image. Yes, of course I know about flight 901, but we try not to talk about you know, those sorts of things if we can avoid them. They're part of the history, obviously, but we're here for having good times, fun times, and watching the planes fly. That Delta A350, only 1.9 years old. Still a young'un. They are quite new, the A350s. But windy in Taupo, is it there, Rosie? It's very windy up here too. So it's all part of the fun though. We enjoy the wind, a bit of weather. Be boring otherwise. Alright, here we have OYB lining up to fly as NZ433 down to Wellington. Go down to see Kev at Wellington Flights Live there. Not that Kev's actually at the airport to watch it, but close enough. wind on that. That turned already. So long as we've been able to hold one. So it's disappearing into the clouds now up there. Going to be a bit of a lull in the arrivals, you reckon? That's all good. We don't mind. Look, that Qantas plane's still holding, waiting for its gate. So, let's have a look and see. It's not too bad of a lull. We've got Jetstar coming in. That's only about 15 minutes out or so. Actually, it's not even that. It's only 7 minutes. And then we've got a few little planes to come after that, but that's not too bad. It's not the worst I've seen anyone have to wait for a plane. But we've got a few departures as well, so we'll make the most of those. Actually, the little Cessna heading off in a moment to Kaitaia. That'll be interesting, because that will lift off very early, sort of fly low and slow, and then potentially going to come straight over the top of us. So we'll have to. It's only a little plane. It's going to be a little bit tricky to see at the first bit on the runway, but once he's airborne, he'll be fun to watch. Give us a bit of a challenge. Looks like Fiji and Singapore are going to leave at the same time. That wouldn't surprise me. It'll depend on which plane got ready first. All right, the caravan's already in the air. Where is it? There it is. Little caravan there. So it's going to make for us, it'll make a left-hand turn, so it'll go for us left to right, once it's got enough altitude. So it just takes a little bit of time for it to get its speed up and get its altitude, but once it does, it'll just, at quite low altitude, make the turn. Potentially in front of us, we'll see. Turn now. It's going to come right over the top of us, which is going to make it impossible for us to follow, because that's me hitting the tripod right there. What I can do is go like this, spin all the way around, and grab it again on the other side. Little Cessna Caravan of Barry area heading up to Kaitaia, which I believe is the most northern airport in New Zealand. Alright, everyone just hang out looking at those tails for a minute. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to take a real quick bite out of my sandwich. Alright, I am back. Don't turn that up too loud, otherwise I'll be screaming in your ears. Just had a quick half a sandwich to get me going. Now yes, that Fiji that we caught landing just a wee while ago, that also is heading back out soon, so that's going to be cool. Hold there a second. People stop here to say hi, which is always cool. Alright, what have we got going on? We've got a few more planes moving around down there, so that's cool. We have got a few planes pushing back for domestic. I also see there's an Air New Zealand 175 heading off to Perth soon, so that'll be cool. Rigoberto, how you doing? Thank you for subscribing, much appreciated. This for a shot. A couple of planes there under tow by the looks of it. Or one's under tow and one's pushed back, I think. Now the Jetstar to Christchurch has stopped in an interesting location, and I'm not sure why. So they haven't kind of gone to line up to the runway, but that could be any reason. That's fine. We have an A320 coming in from the Gold Coast, Jetstar 131. So let's grab that coming in, because it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? The one that pushed back really quick, did it? No time wasted. Get the planes in the sky. It's an old saying that, you know, planes only make money when they're flying. So, it is kind of an efficiency thing. The quicker you can get a plane back in the sky, the quicker it's earning money again. See that Jetstar pulled up nice and quick. They don't want to come and play down here in the taxiway works. Right, Jetstar Auckland to Christchurch is actually returning back to the gate. So not too sure what's going on there. Whether it's got anything wrong or what. If we pan round a bit further, we can see it in the background there. Maybe the captain of the plane wants to go get his sandwich. I wouldn't blame him. Looks like Delta DL64 is pushing back at the moment, so we should see that come out and play in a couple of minutes after it's got its engine started. NZ175 to Perth is taxiing now, so we'll see that coming out any minute. And that domestic A320 that you guys all watched push back while I was eating my sandwich, that's NZ623 to Queenstown. Just see that just disappeared out to the left hand side of the screen there. So we're going to have a little bit of a run of some cool departures, which is great. We'll make the most of these. Obviously, we're waiting for our Singapore to depart as well. That is due out very soon. Hopefully that runs out on time. We have Fiji and the A330 as well heading out very soon. Due out at the same time as Singapore. So I would say we're going to see those within about the next 10 minutes or so popping up. Cathay Pacific as well, and the A350-900 is due out again within sort of the next 10-15 minutes. So a little bit more heavy action on the departures. The Jetstar returning to the gate is correct, JQ235. Well, we're assuming it's going to return to the gate. It does make sense. Little Cessna jumped into the front of the shot there. Cessna 208 Caravan, that one's going to head off to Great Barrier Island. And there's another one actually just landed from Kerikeri. Little Cessnas are always a little bit tricky. Thought there was a plane went overhead, it was a motorbike went past. NZ623 going to jump out onto the runway. So they're going to go straight out for a turn and burn. Where are they? There they are. Heading off to Queenstown. Now, I can't say I've looked at what the weather is like in Queenstown, but hopefully it's a bit nicer for them down there than it is here at the moment. Alright, let's come back around, see what's happening down here on all these taxiways. So we can see, that I put the camera out of focus. We can see a Jetstar there. That's the one that came in from the Gold Coast, making its way back in. If we do a little sneaky, we can see a wing. If you look behind those black tails there, you can just see the tip of a wing sticking out. That's the Air New Zealand Dreamliner going to make its way off to Perth. Actually, you can now see it sticking its whole nose out. Google says 18 and sunny in Queenstown. So not super warm, but at least it's sunny. See, that's what I was meant to look up here as well. That phone's not going to help me because that's not that phone. What is... That's what I'm after. So, according to the weather, currently here in Auckland it is 23 degrees and overcast, 15 knot winds, direction of 090, which, looking at the windsock, I would tend to agree. The clouds have lifted a little bit, so we're up to an 8,000 foot ceiling, which is about right. Now, is that what I think it is behind the Air New Zealand? It is indeed, so we can actually see in that shot also Delta DL64 heading off to LAX, the A350-900. Nice little comparison shot there. A350 and a 787 in the same shot. How cool is that? With a bit of luck, we might even get them both out pretty quick. Now, not showing on anyone's radar. Let's just do a quick sneaky up here in the sky. No, wrong pole there. That there, I believe, that is Eagle. Or what we know in New Zealand as Eagle, the police helicopter. Oh, sorry, try and get some focus back on it. So obviously on a bit of an urgent mission if it's crossing over the airfield. But you won't see that on flight radar. Right, let's go back down the end and have a look, see if our 787 is getting ready to go. I'm going to go with yes, it is indeed. Look at it lining up down there. NZ175 going to make its way off to Perth. Better than -9, feels like -14 and snowing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have never experienced a true snow. So to me, that kind of sounds fun, but I also understand because I've got, I know some people who live there that, or not, sorry, they don't live up in Canada, they live in northern USA, Minnesota and North Dakota, so those sorts of areas, and they'll soon tell me that, you know, it's not fun. What's the reg of the Eagle? Very good question. I'd have to have a look. So normally it'll show up on other apps like ADSB Exchange as Pol 1 or Pol 2 or Pol 3, depending on which one it is. And the Cessna just flew overhead. Yes, the Topo McDonald's being one of the most famous McDonald's in the world. I think it's the only one you can sit on a plane and eat your lunch. Right, now that the Cessna is out of the way, the 787 can start its run. Wing flex there. Alright, we're going to turn back around now. As much as I love following the 787 out, we're going to come back around and grab Delta. Going to make its way off to LAX. So for reference, Thursday we had a snowstorm go through that dropped estimates of 40 centimetres of snow or more. Is that? I mean, I know how deep 40 centimetres is, and I know how deep sometimes snow gets, but is that considered a lot of snow or just a moderate amount of snow? Oh, that went a lot higher. A lot higher. That was a way different departure angle than the 787, so I bottomed out on the tripod there, getting that. For Toronto, that is a lot of snow. Oof. Blowing around in the wind. So on the front of my camera is basically a giant bucket. The big lens shroud that sort of helps keep light off the lens. So when I turn around this way and follow the planes out, I'm basically pointing straight into the wind. So there's just a big giant bucket on the front catching all the wind. The thing to look at is better for sound when it's powering. I tell you, I love the spot, Kev, and I think as a whole dual camera option, I love the spot. It is a little bit of a shame that it's a bit far from the other end of the runway, but we're making do. We'd lose the ambient sound from that end, but for these departures, it's worth it. It is worth it. What do we got there? We have a 737 coming in from Melbourne, QF153. Don't see any of our other heavies showing up quite yet on flight radar. So they're all going to head out maybe a tiny little bit late, but we'll see. Aviation Fan 748, hey to all the subs, new subs, how's it all going? It is, it's about time I finally got my ANZ and got out here and got things working. Let's hope for next time you're up here, Kev, maybe we actually have some access to the car park and we'll get some dual camera action going on. Pardon me. Tells us take off with 1,500 feet. Was that 1,500 feet per minute climb? It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not a rocket, but it's a decent climb rate. Like the channel being smaller, more interactive. So if you're used to, like, say, the big American streamers or even some of the big, like, UK streamers and stuff like that, yeah, it's going to be a lot different. Some of them are crazy busy. But If you ever look around Australia, there's a bunch of good streams out of Australia. There's a few out of New Zealand as well, so it's all a little bit different down here. Some really busy airports, some really quiet airports. It all depends. Sky Spotter, no. Even if you went up there, Kev was not allowed up there. So for us to actually operate here, we have to have permission from Auckland Airport for everything we do. And so the car park was off limits for streaming. Technically it was off limits for plane spotting, but that would be a matter of if security came and removed you or not. Cathay is now pinging up as well. So Cathay is going to actually win out of all of them, believe it or not. So our Singapore's running a little bit late, and same with Fiji, but that's all good. Alright, this is our Adelaide, Qantas from Adelaide. Speaking of Adelaide, and playing sites down based out of Adelaide, and I believe, I haven't looked at what their weather is, but they should be streaming tonight, so. What side of the terminal does A380 Singapore leave from? That's a really good question. I didn't actually see what gate they went into, but obviously they're all the way down the far end of the international. So we'll see them go out. They'll be in and around gate sort of 16, 17, somewhere there at a guess. Right, let's stay right there and let's get this little ATR that's going to head off to Nelson. JVD, no, you're all good, you're all good. I know that Mike's up in the car park, so we actually had a really good chat the other day about it, so it's all good. Generally, the best rule with streams is there's, you know, some streamers work better with other streamers and stuff like that. So it's definitely better to leave it for the streamers as to who they actively talk about and promote and stuff in terms of other streamers. Some are a lot more protective than others, and some they just, you know, couldn't care less either way. But what you got to remember is there are some streamers out there that aren't, or that are out there upsetting other streamers, so to speak. So they don't always, not all streamers play nicely, let's just say that. But no, I've got no issues with Mike up NZ1, he's up in the car park at the moment. Leaving from gate 15 in international, there we go. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that soon, hopefully. NZ102 just coming in now from Sydney. A321 Neo, is it? Yep. Sky Spotter, no, I won't be here tonight. The weather is going to be ultimately what drives me out of here. So we've got maybe another hour, maybe 1 or 2 hours until it starts raining, and that will be the determining point that I will have to throw everything in the car and run away. I don't fancy playing in the rain more than I need to today. So as for when I do finish, it'll be, you know, it's loose. I'll see. There's still some cool movements to come yet, but I won't be here late. And I've got to get home. And I said the word rain and just got dripped on, so that's not ideal. Hopefully it's not going to rain on us. Cathay is heading out. Yeah, so they're just on the taxiway. I can't quite see. We'll get them in a second. JVD Farms, thanks. I appreciate it. You know, the ideal situation for people right now is they need two monitors. It's the best way to do it. Tell the airport, said thanks for letting you use the spot. It's yeah, no, it is very cool that they do let us do this. So we always appreciate it very much. Ooh, looky what's pushing back over there. We got the All Black 320 OAB. Where are you heading off to, my friend? Going down to Wellington as NZ 481. So we'll see that going out soon. All right, Cathay should be poking his nose out. I can see its wing. I can see a wing. Does that count? Is that enough? If I can see a wing, it means I should be able to see a nose any moment too. I do love the spot. This spot, when the wind's blowing the other way, and we get the landings through here, is absolutely epic at this spot. But the actual departures and stuff, I love this spot. I do love spotting down here. But obviously the big difference is we are fully susceptible to the winds and the rain. But that's alright. We'll make do. Plus it's free. Gets quite costly some days to take the car up the car park. Alright, what is Cathay doing? They're kind of just chilling out, waiting. They don't want to quite show themselves yet. They're just teasing us with a bit of wing. A little bit of wing action. Let's jump back over here and see what's happening with all these planes. We've got a bit of a stare down going on there. We've got a Dashi having a stare down with a 320. They are almost nose to nose, fighting over who's going to turn into the taxiway first. And then, down the back end we can see the 737 that came in from Melbourne. It looks like the Dashi won the race. So the airport have security not only patrolling the car park, but also they've got cameras and stuff everywhere. They know exactly what's happening, where everyone is. There's a camera probably watching me right now. There's a sneaky from the ATR. Decided he wants to cut into the shot as well. So we've got a bit of ATR, A320, 737. And if we pull back a little bit, we can get a Dashi as well, all on one shot. Look at that. All Black plane was still hooked to the target, wasn't going to win the race. That's very true indeed. So the Dashi was obviously all ready to go. It was just waiting for the ATR to go past. They're a little bit tight on taxiway space at the moment, so... China Southern 777 due in soon. Ooh. Have to keep an eye out for that. Yes, I see that. 37 minutes away. Exciting. I like. QF3 also, 737 from Sydney, due in soon. That then will go out a little bit later. We might catch it departing. We'll see how we go for time. So QF3 comes in from Sydney and then it departs to JFK. Makes for a long flight. We've got a little Dashi coming in from Gisborne. Let's grab that. Let's have a look at a Dashi land, eh? Actually, I lie. There it is. Yes, we can get a Dashi landing. They're a long way. It's a bit tricky, the size of the Dashies, but we can still watch them land, make the most of what we can. No, Singapore has not lit up yet on flight radar. Cathay is finally coming out, so we will get that. But there will be, there we go, there's a Dashi lining up on the runway already. Where's that heading off to? Palmerston North. I didn't even know that they did Dashies from Auckland to Palmerston North. So there we go. I thought they were all ATRs. See the props speed up. Start its little run down the runway. Already up in the air. They get up so early, the Dashies. Folded his wheels up into his wings. And we're probably not going to be able to follow him very far because we are going to bottom out on him. Those props are spinning. Oh, we might just... Oh, we just got round. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's come back over here and see what else we got going on. Hang on, Kurt. There we go, down there. All right, so we can see a little bit of action going on, all in the one shot there. So there's Cathay just making its way there. We have got Jetstar A320 coming in from Queenstown, just about to land. So we'll grab that first, and then we'll head back over to Cathay Pacific and get that departure. See if it can rock out as quick as Delta did. Thank you, Carolyn. Appreciate it. This wind is certainly testing me, but it's all part of it. It's all part of the job, right? So all the heavy planes will depart from the very end of the runway. So anything wide body will definitely go to the very end. And it's I mean, yes, it's going to be heavy. You know, flight to Hong Kong from here is a decent flight. But the biggest one is it's all about performance. They want as much runway available to them so that they can use the least amount of performance required, so that they, you know, conserve on fuel. And that's why you'll notice the 787 departures aren't, you know, they don't rocket. They go nice and cruisy out of here. They don't waste any time. Sorry, they don't waste any fuel or power. They just take it nice and easy. De-race at takeoff. Dave. Do I need to go to the chiropractor after the last one? Yeah. That was a little bit of a bends because I'm also, the grass here is a very slight slope, so I've got the tripod a little bit wider, jammed into the grass, so I'm having to do a little dance around the feet of the tripod. Be real, NZ. The 747 has already left again. So it landed earlier and then it's already departed again. What did it depart? About an hour ago or so? So it's already on its way to Sydney. In fact, I'll have a quick look later or in a moment, but I suspect it's probably halfway to Sydney by now. See, Cathay's up already, so it's going for the little bit of a rocket. That's us. That's as much tripod as we got. That's the point that we bottom out. But the good news is, once it's gone past, we can get back on it again. Be real, definitely is worth scanning back for the 747 departure. It was a beautiful departure. Alright, let's come back around and see what's going on down the other end of the runway. On the runway now we have got an A321 Neo NZ 948 heading off to Rarotonga. Bet you that's a nice... Ooh! Anyone who's watching Flight Radar would have just seen what I've seen. Singapore is now online. So that we should see them pushing back any moment. We can also see that Fiji is pushing back. So we're going to get a nice little Fiji and then A380 following it most likely. Uh-oh, it's raining. It's not allowed to rain. It's raining hard. Getting wet. Oh, that's absolutely rocketed up. Didn't want it to rain yet. Uh-oh. We're getting wet. Hopefully it's going to be very quick through. It doesn't look like it's hanging around for long. We'll be alright. A380 in New Zealand. Yes, so they do double jet bridges for quite a few planes here in New Zealand. So the 777, I believe, also gets double jet bridges. But definitely the A380 will be on double jet bridge. We don't have the luxury of the triple here, I don't think. So it'll just be the double. Oopsie, missing OAB going out. It's heading off to Wellington. These planes are all determined to test me. Need a Bunnings poncho or two. Oh, Carolyn, I almost stopped at Bunnings on the way up. I was thinking of just grabbing a bin liner, just to, just a rubbish bin bag, to quickly cut up and be able to just cover a couple of things. But I think I'll be all right. I'm not too concerned. Well, we've got another pushback going on down there in the domestic jets. That one will be NZ551, going to make its way off to Christchurch. A lot of dark green on the radar, just on the edge of it. Hoo-hoo, exciting. I haven't even looked, actually. Let me just go here to the radar and see how I'm looking. Come on, radar, open up. Oh well, you know what? Let's just not know what's coming. It's probably better. Is that? Where are you? Where did it go? There it is. That's our all black ATR going out as well. Look at that. Now we need the all black Dashi to follow, and then we'll have the whole lot. Where's that all black Dashi at? See if it can come out and play at some point soon. Speaking of, it's coming out in a few minutes. Going to make its way down to Nelson. Jetstar Jaffa Jet coming back in from Christchurch, just about to land as well, so we'll grab that in a second. Here's our Jaffa Jet. Got all the special colours going on now. Alright, let's let's just line back up here and watch this little line up of planes go. We'll be back in a second.
Yeah, live on YouTube.
Yeah, about there. Oh, there we go. Sorry, just turn my volume back up and try and not deafen everyone in the process. When you set up with a big camera rig down at the car park, everyone comes down to see what's going on, which is always cool. Right, where are we at here? Singapore is pushing back indeed. It'll be not too extreme of a pushback actually, hopefully. Oops, that's the tug, not the plane. Jetstar taxiing on the runway. Let's see, what do we got down here? We've got an interesting lineup. We've got all sorts of planes. 243 to Christchurch. That's not the same one we saw go back earlier, is it? I might be wrong. I can't remember. There's the Jaffa jet going past in front there. Was it 243 to Christchurch? No, because that's only just scheduled to go out now. So it's not the same flight. Here's our all black Dashi though. It is the same, is it? Same flight or just same plane? What's that coming into land? That looks like a big one. That is QF3 coming in. Let's grab that, eh? QF3 coming in from Sydney. Boeing S787-9 Dreamliner. So this is actually a flight from Sydney to JFK. Stops off in Auckland as a fifth freedom flight, picks up some more passengers and then carries on its way. Wait, Rob, who? What? Oh no. No way, Sun Country's merging with Allegiant. Which way are they going? Did Sun Country buy Allegiant or did Allegiant buy Sun Country? What? Oh, that'd be a shame. Allegiant bought Sun Country. Oh, I'm a little bit sad actually about that. I don't know, there's something cool about Sun Country as an airline. I'm gonna have to have a... How old is that? Like, has that just happened recently or? Alright, there's our QF3 coming in from Sydney. And as we follow that down to the gate, we will get to see Fiji heading out, followed by Singapore A380. Within the last week or so. Okay. Okay then. I know a pilot who flies for Sun Country, so could be interesting. I have to have a chat with him. Alright, let's quickly grab this Jetstar heading off to Christchurch. Testing out every last little bit we've got in our tripod. If we come back down here, got a little All Black Dashie down there. Looks like there's an ATR coming, heading out first. So we'll grab this ATR here. This is heading off to Blenheim. Tripod. Alright, we'll come back down and see next. We've got our All Black Dashie going to head on out. Making its way down to Nelson. I'm just going to make the sound cut for 2 seconds, everybody, while I just try something. And I'm back again. Just wanted to quickly reset something, just in case. Not 100% sure if there was a certain time frame that might have gone a little bit funny on. So, take the opportunity to quickly flick it and reset it. If you ever get the opportunity on the Dash 8 300s, which is what Air New Zealand does, the exit row is the best, I reckon, for a view. So you are under the wing, you're sitting right by the cowling, you watch the wheels go up, and you also get to see the props, and the props being just in front of you. And you get some really cool prop vortices going on as well. Alright, here's our All Black Dashie making its way off to Nelson. Suzanne, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for joining in. And the bonus of the legroom in the exit road, correct? Yes, yes. But yeah, the view of the window and everything on it is awesome. All right, I'm gonna head back round to the runway to grab the next one, which is NZ551 A320, making its way off to Christchurch. It's already rolling down the runway, no time wasted. Oopsie, sorry, smacked my hand on that. Just watching to see, any moment we should see our friends from Fiji and Singapore start to poke their noses out. we're back in. Right. Hey, what was that? That's a plane. It's not just any plane, that's a Fiji plane. Excellent. Fiji is coming on out. On that 12.5-hour flight on the 777, the flight attendant ordered everyone to keep their window shades closed the entire flight since it was going to be dark. It was a very boring... Yeah, you know, I hate that on a plane. I hate that. And the annoying thing is the likes of the 787, they can override it now because it's all like digital, electronic things. So they can force it on people. Yeah, like when I did that Singapore flight, I actually had a GoPro in the window, time-lapsing the entire flight from Singapore to London Heathrow. It was really good fun. I need to get around to doing something with that footage one day. So of course my window shade was open the whole time, and it was the only window shade on the entire plane. Well, sorry, in the entire section of the plane I was in that was still open. And I'm sure people were getting quite frustrated with me, but I wasn't on the plane to sleep. That's boring. I wanted to look out the window. Oh, you know, why else would I book a window seat if I didn't want to look out the window? And then, Now we've got to make a decision, because you see over there we have Fiji, and over there we have an A380. Ha ha. I mean, the Singapore A380 is kind of our special guest for the day, isn't it? It is our feature plane. Sally's Fridge, how you doing? So there we go. Singapore's now sitting in behind and going to chase Fiji down to the start of the runway. What do we got? An A320 coming in, so that'll come in first. And then I think we've got enough of a gap after that both of these will get out before the next one comes in. So yeah, I love keeping the window shade open on a flight. I'm all about the view. Why have windows on a plane if you don't get to use them? But of course their plan on those long flights is they want people to sleep. But not quite how I like it. All right, we can see there the King sitting in behind Fiji. So Fiji A330 200, followed by the Singapore Airlines A380 800. Looking forward to this. This is going to be great. So, and then how cool. Just started pinging also over at the international terminal. We have United Airlines and American Airlines, both running 777-200s. One going to San Francisco and the other one going to, I think, LAX. Got some excitement coming up right here. Alright, Fiji A330 lining up now. Should you keep your window open on a 3-hour jet? Oh, On a 3-hour flight totally. Yeah, it's the long haul ones that they get a little bit funny about. And it's all, they've got strategies. On the long haul flights, they have very specific strategies of how they want the plane, how they want the flight to go. You know, when they want you awake, when they want you asleep, and everything like that. So that's their goal, is to work it. But on short flights, you do what you want. Alright, Fiji is lined up, ready to go. In fact, they are rolling already. How good. Scotty Frog and Socks, New Zealand has the best pies. How's it going? Indeed, New Zealand has got the best pies. Alright, Fiji's up already. A little bit of wind up there. We're not going to follow Fiji too far, because we're coming straight back round as our feature plane. Are we allowed to have feature planes? Is that a thing? Singapore Airlines A380 is lined up, ready to go, heading back home to Singapore. Approximately 10-hour flight ahead of it. This is going to be good. No time wasted already. Look at that. It's number 10 tracked worldwide plane. Hayden, how you doing? Good to see you, mate. Close it on the LAX to Auckland trip once you hit the sea. Yeah, it depends on what plane you're flying on too, of course. And if it's a night flight, it's not as critical. All right, here we go. We are rolling. There she goes. That was just incredible to watch. Absolutely amazing. Wow. We're gonna, oops, I lost it, sorry, my bad. I'm gonna follow this for a little bit. We got time. Nothing too exciting happening on the runway behind us. Someone keep an eye out though, because I believe there is a 777 due to land in a few minutes. So definitely give me a heads up if I'm going to miss that. But wasn't that just amazing? Great job from Singapore there. Looked absolutely incredible. Sounded awesome as well. Got going on quickly. We got time. We got time. We'll follow this for a little bit longer. Oh, look at the turn! Oh, I'm glad we're still following it. Shame there's a light there. Oh, the wind is helping blow the light up. You know what, we're going to just, I know the retro route's going to line up in a moment, and but we'll see how long we can hold this for, because isn't that just amazing? Love it. Kia ora, bye-bye, how's it going? You got here just to the right time, mate, just to the right time. Here we go, another turn. Just starting to hit some clouds now. In and out of the clouds, it's going to play with us for a little bit as a tease. I think we may have lost it. Well, we followed it as long as we could. Unfortunately, the clouds were just a little bit too much, but that's all good. How awesome was that, though? How awesome was that? All right, and you know the cool thing? Good times come back, because down the end of the runway there, we have got Qantas Retro Brew lining up. That's heading off to Melbourne. It won't quite line up yet. There's going to be a dash. You're going to land first. However, in that same shot there, you can see American Airlines A380. That's going to head off to LAX. That's a 777-200. That's going to give us an awesome departure as well. I'm looking forward to that. And then just coming out of the gate, also United Airlines UA916, another 777-200, heading off to San Francisco. A few amazing departures coming right up there, so don't go anywhere, hang around for a little bit longer. We're going to definitely capture all these and see how we go. Oh, it's fire truck testing time. If you haven't already, please do hit the like button. Thank you all for tuning in. I do appreciate it very much. China Southern's just, I can actually see China Southern out in the distance, I think. I can. We'll get, I think we're going to get Retro Roo out first, and then we'll get China Southern's arrival. So, where are we? There's Retro Roo there, so we're going to get its departure. Has United pushed back? Yes, it has. It is taxiing at the moment, so we can't quite see it, but it'll be out in a couple of minutes. We've been absolutely spoiled today with all the planes. Had some really cool ones in. Some cool liveries. It's just been a great day. And we had a 747 in amongst it all too. How cool was that? It was very windy though. Right, here's the retro roof. Oh, it's already rotating. Plenty of headwinds to help it get some airspeed nice and quick. We better turn around, coming back, because landing right here is our 777 coming in from China Southern, all the way from Guangzhou. Another beautiful 777 right there. Team Retro Pause. Bye-bye. I guess that's a fair point. Indeed. Mark from Ashgrove, can't forget the helicopter. Mate, was that not the most beautiful helicopter ever? That was an amazing helicopter to have. Loved it. What a helicopter. BNE Spotter also lives in Ashgrove. Well, what do you know? You know what? They aren't wasting any time, because if we have a look, we have a 777 at this end coming off the runway. If you have a look down there, Americans already lined up on the runway. They're like, hey, we're ready to go. They got to wait for China Southern though, because China Southern's got a taxi all the way up to the end here. They're going to come and see us and say hello. There is a plane on finals. It should be far enough out, but hopefully this one moves off pretty quick. Give it another few seconds, it'll be clear. American can start its roll. Alright, let's go down for American, because we should see it go pretty quick then from there, because there is an A320 on finals. About to get photobombed by the China Southern. Alright, looks like it's rolling out now. There's a 777-200 and a 777-300 fighting for the camera there. Alright, let's see it pop out from there. We go. There's the 200. This is going to sound good. Listen to the raw power of that thing go. running into the wind, but it doesn't mind it. Plane's like, I'll take on your wind. Right, oops. I'm going to hold with this for a little bit. We're going to skip the 320 for a moment, and then we will come back round because United Airlines is about to take off and have a bit of a competition with their friends from American. See who does it better. Right, we're turning back round because United is lining up. Can anyone else say United without thinking of the song United Breaks Guitars? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up on YouTube. Neil is back. How you doing? Welcome back. January 11th. Okay. Too hot and yuck outside. Got some jobs done. Back in for the aircon. Come back inside. You can have a little bit of the wind from me. That'll help. That'll help give you a nice little breeze. It's nice and cool here. Actually, it's really nice. All right, here we go. United to San Francisco. 777-200. Let's see who did it better, eh? I have to get the old decibel meter onto that one. I reckon United gave it a bit more beans than American. That sounded incredible coming over. Aviation fan reckons United's going to have to take that one. I think United, rocketed it a little bit more. I can't say the exact numbers, but I feel like I had to go slightly higher with the camera, and I feel like it was a touch louder. But we'll see. Alright, we've lost. Oh no, there it is, it's there. It's back, it's gone, it's back, it's gone. It's just going through the tufts of cloud there. Alright, let's head back round and see what's happening back down here on the runway. There's that China Southern just making its way into the international department. Right, everyone's talking about how that was an older livery on the United. So very cool, that, very cool. I didn't actually notice that myself, but well spotted. It is a 777-200, so they are an older plane now in the grand scheme of things. But we'll see. Alright, we've lost. Oh no, there it is, it's there. It's back, it's gone, it's back, it's gone. It's just going through the tufts of cloud there. Alright, let's head back round and see what's happening back down here on the runway. There's that China Southern just making its way into the international department. Right, everyone's talking about how that was an older livery on the United. So very cool, that, very cool. I didn't actually notice that myself, but well spotted. It is a 777-200, so they are an older plane now So definitely a lot different than the newer 787s and stuff that United have. And how cool was that? Two 777-200s following each other out. What a time! What a time! All right, let's have a quick look and see what's going on. So we've got another 777 coming in. China Eastern. MU 779, that's coming in very soon. Now that there, by technicality, let me double check. I've put myself wrong on this one before. But by no, ignore me. I'm mixing up my plane numbers. So. Now, what is that just going on over here? A320 heading off to Queenstown. Sorry we missed that one. Too busy looking at what's going on down on the taxiway. But the cool thing is we've got quite the lineup. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planes all lined up. Plus, if we count that one, makes 7 planes lined up to go departures. So we've got a nice little run of departures going on. They're all smaller planes, but hey, we love them all equally, don't we? And we've got a 777 coming in as well, so it would be rude not to hang around for that. The question is, when are we going to end? Well, we'll see. We'll hang around for a bit longer and we'll see what this rain and wind does. The wind is certainly pushing us a little bit, but as long as there's no rain, I'm happy. We can go for a bit longer yet. Right, that one's just come off its tug, so that's going to go out soon. There's a Jetstar there about to line up. We're getting ready to line up, but it looks like it might be waiting. There's a 320 coming in from Queenstown, so NZ630, so maybe we'll wait for that. Does Emirates come to Auckland? Yes. If you scroll back right towards the end of the start of the stream, you'll see Emirates landing. It doesn't depart though until 9 PM tonight, so we probably that's still 5 hours away. I can confidently say we're not going to be here for that. As much as I would absolutely love to, we're definitely not going to be here that much longer. Which Jetstar is that? So the one we're looking at on the ground there, that is JQ115. That's actually an international. It's heading off to Rarotonga. Thing is, if we actually go forward a little bit and just look carefully, where is it? Here it is. There's a little caravan in front of it. We can't see that part of the terminal, unfortunately. That's kind of around the corner and blocked out by a bunch of other planes. So we can't see where that Jetstar plane's parked up. We can see though that this here New Zealand plane is about to touch down. And then where's that caravan going off to? It's going off to Claris. So that's going to come and do the turn right over our heads again, most likely. See how we go. We'll follow it as good as we can. Oh, Helen, thank you. We were talking about that one, that we were missing it. NNA. All black livery, A321, due in from the Gold Coast. We were just talking earlier about how we were missing that one. So that will then mean that we have everything except for the 2 wide bodies. and I have no idea where either of those are. So NZAA, I believe, is still in Singapore, which is the 787. Oh, here's our Cessna. We don't want to miss him. Getting blown around by the wind up there. And I'm not sure where the 777 is at the moment. He's going to turn straight over the top of us again, and that's the maximum as we can do there. Just turn around, pick him up again there, follow him for a little bit longer, because why not? Because how cool, we've got the smallest planes and the biggest planes on the stream, eh? Alright, little Dashy, have a safe trip over to Great Barrier Island. Let's come back around. Look at all the clouds. Look at all those clouds. Look at the clouds everywhere. And let's zoom back in to the end of the runway where we have Jetstar on the roll. So this is the one heading off overseas, I believe. Yes, oops. Alright, too busy looking at my iPad. This one's heading off to Rarotonga. That just went up like an absolute rocket. Absolute rocket from Jetstar there. Alright, let's come back around to the runway because we already have our next plane lined up, ready to go. This one here, Air New Zealand, A321, off to... Oh, is that going to up here? It is too. Air New Zealand, 998, going to up here. A321 Neo. Alright, rolling already. Owen, how you doing? Welcome along. Thanks for joining in, much appreciated. Beautiful. Alright, let's come back around and see what's going back on down this end here, because all these departures going out, we've got to make sure we don't miss anything important coming in. So we can see there we've got an ATR coming in from New Plymouth. We still have a good couple of departures waiting, so we've got NZ441 waiting to go to Wellington. We also have NZ125 waiting to go to Melbourne. Those are all on screen there at the moment. And then behind that we have got our China Eastern MU779 777 coming in. In fact, I can see that already. If we back the camera up slightly, can we? Yeah, there it is. If you look close, you can see that up the very top right hand corner. Alright, where's that Dashy? Look at him coming in. Oh, ATR, sorry, my bad. Sorry, ATR. didn't mean to call you a Dashi. He's already touched down on the runway down there. Looks like we're going to squeeze out another plane, a Dashi, before the next arrival. This Dashi lining up is heading off to Whangarei. 18 hours ahead of Toronto. Sounds about right. 18 hours, yeah. Sun Country and Allegiant owner, former of each Airlines. Oh, that is so funny. That is so funny. So no doubt I'll find out some more when I catch up with my mate from over there. See what he knows. See what goss there is. Possibly explains why he's been really busy too. Oh, there's our Dashi already up in the air. Follow it up for a little bit, but then we're going to come back down and grab this next 777 arrival. Those prompts. Good work, little Dashi. He's already in the turn. Alright, we're coming back round because there's our 777 from China Eastern already coming into land. Got to say, the team in the control tower are doing a great job today of getting these planes in and out efficiently. Captain Mickey Mouse. So if you look up ZKNZE, that is a all-black 787 aircraft. It was actually the official launch aircraft of the 787-9, because Air New Zealand was actually the launch customer. However, it's been in Singapore now for a month or two or three, or I don't know how long, for maintenance. So yeah, so Singapore is where all our big planes get their heavy maintenance done. So that's where that is at the moment. Bye-bye coming in with a bit of love there for China Eastern. What's the reg? ZKNZE. Type it in the chat. Fair enough. I understand that, sorry, for you to be a Z, then a K. Oopsie. Sorry, you're probably a little bit confused by what a Z is. Since end of October. So it must be due back any moment. Any day. It did ping on its ADSB a couple of days ago, so I got excited and I thought maybe that's about to come back, but haven't seen any life out of it yet. Oops. Stop. What have I done? I got a battery. I need another battery. Alright, sorry about that. Battery went flat. We are back, we have sound again. And then the other one, obviously, that we haven't seen is the 777. I can't remember what it's. Okay, Q. I can't remember which one's the All Black 777. I should know that. I've even flown on it before. I should know these things. There's an ATR there that just came in from Nelson, and then lining up behind that we have NZ125. Which is an A321 Neo heading off to Melbourne. Looks like the next flight for NZAA is to Tonga on Wednesday. So that must mean it's going to be back. It must be leaving Singapore then, maybe like today. Yes, Air New Zealand owns a lot of 787-900s. I wouldn't be surprised. I can see the nose of one actually sticking out, so that's most likely the one that you're talking about. NZAA scheduled there on Wednesday, is it? Ooh, you have to go see it. It's an awesome plane, that one. The real question is, will it still have its white nose? The real question, did it get its black nose put back on it while it was in Singapore, or will it still have the white nose? Only time will tell. We're got an ATR heading off to Palmerston North. Tell you, it's just suddenly become absolute chaos down here. It's just planes taking off like crazy. We've got planes everywhere. But have we got anything? No, we've got an A321 coming in. This is Nana, is it? We have got Nana coming in from the Gold Coast. ZKNNA, for anyone wondering who Nana is. NNA, Nana. This is Air New Zealand's first ever A321 Neo. which, funny enough, I flew on its second ever flight that it ever did to the Gold Coast. It's also the first plane in New Zealand's fleet that had Wi-Fi. Well, I guess I could use the military or the phonetic alphabet. I possibly could have done that, but didn't think about that at the time. And to think I used to use it all the time. The All Black planes are certainly something special. There's no doubt about that, Carolyn. And to think that in terms of all the narrow bodies and domestics and everything, we got the full family today. All we're missing is the wide bodies. Well, we're definitely going to hang around for a little bit longer because in 13 minutes we've got a 787 landing again, coming in from Sydney, NZ104. Where'd that plane just go? Look at that, cheeky, just turned off on us. Oh, bye-bye, you might be able to help with that one. What's the, is it OKQ? OKU? Okay, it's OKU. OKU. OKU is, that's the white one. OKU is the all-white plane. We saw that the other day, actually. OKQ is the all black. That is showing showing that it's sitting in LA with a problem. It's been sitting at LAX and it didn't make it out a week ago by the looks of that. On actual departure, landed 5:04 AM. So it made it back to Auckland. So it must be here somewhere then. We can't see it. That's sad. So what I can look around and see is it's not that one. However, if we go over to the hangar, can we see the doors are all closed on the hangar? I bet you it's in there. I bet you it's on the other side of those doors there. So if anyone inside that building is watching at the moment, just give us a little sneaky peek. Just open the doors so we can see. All right, we have a Jetstar plane here taking off. We probably should. Is that a Jetstar? Should catch some planes taking off. That Jetstar is heading off to the sky. That's heading off to Christchurch, JQ235. And what are you doing, Mr. Plane, down the far end of the runway? What are you up to? That is another Jetstar 212 heading off to Melbourne. You saw the all white at Melbourne. That's funny to swing in Melbourne. Nice. ZKOKQ. Oh, we're talking about that. Yep. And OKU, the all white, I believe, is coming back from Houston at the moment. So that won't be back till tomorrow morning, I assume. Interesting, Kev, interesting. How often do I stream? Good question. We're still figuring that out. Let's just say that. Alright, that one's heading off to Melbourne. As you can see, I'm still, as much as I've been around the game and the streaming game and everything for a long time, and I've had this channel for ages, in the grand scheme of things, I'm very new. This is technically only my second stream on my own, as an airport streamer. So, we're still figuring out how often I stream and if I'll get into a routine or what. We'll see, we'll see. All I can say is watch this space. Make sure you got notifications turned on. ATR here, heading off to Napier. Hopefully I said ATR. Alright, coming back around, and I believe, no, not quite, I'm seeing planes, There is a plane all the way out there, long way out, but that one is not the one I'm thinking of. So this one coming in next is Skyline Aviation. It's one of our Starship medical planes. Looks like it's coming in from Christchurch. Little King Air 350. And then somewhere out behind that, still a few minutes out, is an Air New Zealand 787. Reckon the Air New Zealand that's in Singapore returns tomorrow. It would make sense, wouldn't it? It'll possibly leave there sort of tonight. We'll see what happens. Little medical Starship plane coming in. Now, what do we got going on here other than the dance of the black and orange planes? So there's Nana cutting off the Jetstar, and as we can see, the Jetstar, where's that going to? Back to Queenstown. Jaffa Jet. Do any of the reds from Air New Zealand mean anything? No. I mean, yes, but no. So essentially, they one type of aircraft. So say, for example, all the A320 domestic planes, they all have the same series of registrations, and they all start. So they all start with the same letters, and then they kind of just go from as they buy them, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That is pretty much how the registrations work, and it's how a lot of airlines do it now. Qantas and stuff's the same. Which Emirates A380 is leaving? Yeah, we definitely won't be here for that. That's still 4.5 hours away until that's due to depart. So we definitely will not be seeing that. What have we got in the way of cool departures? Have we got anything special? 5:10. I'm just trying to work out how much traffic I'm fighting with getting home. Okay, at this stage, we will aim to wrap up somewhere just after 5 p.m. So giving ourselves, I don't know, another 40 or so minutes. Because what we'll do is we'll watch the 2 Qantas 787s depart, and then at that point I think we'll call it a day. I've still got to drive home, got work in the morning, so yeah. So we'll hang around for a bit longer yet and keep an eye out. So we've got QF3 due to go off to New York just after 5 o'clock, and we also have QF126 heading back to Brisbane. Also just due out just after 5 p.m. So we will hang around for those at this stage. However, rolling at us now, we have got NZ147 heading to Brisbane. So nice job. What camera do I use? I use a Sony Alpha camera with a nice big 600mm. Got to beat the Auckland traffic. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm not going to beat it. So rather than beat it, let's get Jaffa heading down to Queenstown. Rather than beat it, if I finish at sort of 5 p.m, I'm going to just get stuck in it either way. See how I go. I'll probably go and go the opposite direction. Actually, I'll go grab some food from the new mall up here at the airport, the new outlet stores. Grab some food from there before I head home. And then we've just got eyes now on NZ104 coming in from Sydney, another 787-900. Unfortunately not an All Blacks one, but that's not a problem. Jeff is rolling down the aisle. Driving home. Carolyn, I will be sure to do that, yes. Yes. Carolyn's loving that wing flex. From Auckland Airport, about 2.5 hour drive home. Although with the traffic it'll be 3 hours at least. Be Real NZ, you're welcome. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate every single one of you that has stopped by today. Anyone who's just given a like, said hello. If you're a new subscriber, I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Take some photos on JetBlue. Nice work. Yes. It'll be not sure how what JetBlue's like as a carrier. Actually, I can't say I've ever experienced them. I think they're kind of like, you know, middle of the road. Nothing too special. Nothing too bad. Not much work's been done there today, BNE Spotter. That's the catch with daytime streams, isn't it? You just get caught up in them, and rather than the work, do the fun part. But hey, why not? Why not? Now, sorry, I was just looking at something, trying to keep the camera moving while figuring something out. Aviation fan, thank you. Appreciate it. Went up the gondola. Oh yeah, up to the gondola, do the luge, hopefully. Did the luge. And to the hot springs, of course, yes. Yes, we are known for the smell, but I personally don't know what you're on about. As someone who lives there, we don't smell it. I'll keep that in mind. Cheers. Alright, coming into land next, we have NZ953 coming in from Nandi. And we have still got a few departures going out as well. QF146 heading off to Sydney, which will be then followed by QF176 heading off to Adelaide. So we've got a few lining up. Let's jump over to our arrival up here. Oops. Slam the lens to its absolute maximum. So this is NZ953 coming in from Nandi. Aviation fan, nothing yet. No, nothing yet. We're still, in the grand scheme of things, we're still, you know, still new, getting my feet, figuring out what I'm doing, how I want to do this, you know. So one day at a time. One day at a time. Major sulphur smell, indeed, indeed. Yeah, if you've ever smelled sulphur, you understand, but it's basically a rotten egg smell. Let's stay here because we have QF146 lining up on the runway already. Oops, I say stay there and I'll just keep keep panning and missing it, won't I? So QF146 heading off to Sydney, a Boeing at 737-800. This should be an absolute rocket as well. Weatherman James, how's it going? Got the old confusion of weathermen going on here. We got a Weatherman Josh, a Weatherman James. There's still the very rare occasion that I can smell Rotorua, and if I can, you know it's a bad day. Generally it's an overcast day. Alright, let's swing back round because I think we've already got the next Qantas one on the ground. QF176 heading off to Adelaide. And of course, if you want to see this plane at the other end of its journey, hang on. If you want to see the that plane that just took off that's still on the screen there, you want to see it land later, jump onto YouTube channel In Plain Sight over in Adelaide, and they will actually get to see that one land, which is pretty cool. If you're into seeing how a plane can get from one place to the other, obviously you miss out on the gap in between. Coming in next, ZKOYA coming in from Queenstown. We actually saw this one depart earlier on today. It's now making its way back. How many? It all depends. All depends. How many passengers do they load in Auckland before they go to JFK? I honestly don't know the answer to that. How many people go all the way from Sydney through? How many extras do they pick up? How many people only book the Sydney to Auckland part? I honestly don't know the answer to that. Ooh, we got a little bit of crabbing going on, do we? And behind that, lining up, we've got an ATR. Going to make its way down to Tauranga. Nice quick flight from here to Tauranga. still hear that wind is definitely blowing very aggressively. See, that ATR didn't need much runway at all, did it? Down there, lifted up real early he did. What's that plane? What's still sitting down there awaiting? Oh, it's a 787 under tow. That's the one that was sticking its nose out earlier, so that's been down, obviously getting a bit of work done, bit of basic maintenance done on it in the hangar, NZL. And then that's now getting towed back down to international, ready for its flight out tonight. I assume it's probably heading off somewhere in America. Double Kurt show, you reckon? That could be an interesting one. I've met Kurt a couple of times now. So I've met him both in Sydney and here in Auckland. So it does get very confusing sometimes when there's two Kurts and someone yells out, "Hey Kurt." But who knows? Who knows? Is that plane heading out as NZ2 to JFK? Nice. No, the hangar's closed. The hangar's closed. That didn't come out of the hangar. It was just sitting out parked outside. Interesting tally. Whereabouts? I'm not seeing it. Whereabouts are we looking, Tally? Whereabouts are we looking? Dum-dum-dum-dum. Are we looking over here? Maybe over there. Not seeing any hovercraft action. Unless I'm missing something. Sorry, I forget I'm talking to Tally's fridge, not Tally. Oh, it's threatening to rain on us again. Jetstar here heading off to Christchurch. We'll go back and have a look in a moment. See. go see what we can see. So, I'm going to start all the way down here. Slowly make my way around. It's a little bit awkward because we're obviously have a bit of a delay. And I'm watching on a little camera screen, but just trying to see. That looks like some portaloos. That looks like a windsock. That looks like fence. Now, I can see the hovercraft parked up. Now the one we're talking about? We're talking about this one here that's parked, or is there one that's out and active? I will leave the camera sitting right here. Because there should be a big one somewhere. That's not the big one. Or is it? Am I just looking at it wrong? Where's the big one? One was out on the flats. Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to work out. So, to the right of where we're looking now there, Tally. It's a very important trailer, that one. That's not a hovercraft. That's a windsock. Ellie, how you doing? Good to see you. And yes, Ellie, it is very windy here. We've been fighting the wind all day. We're currently looking to see if we can find the other hovercraft. The other way. Okay. So we got that one there. Can we see another one hiding over here? We have lots of rubble. Fire training trucks. A giveaway sign. More fire training thingies. What's that? What's that? Can anyone make out what that is? Is that people on a hovercraft? Been here for a bit doing the ironing. Oh dear. You gonna come do my ironing for me? That Qantas plane you'll see land on in plain sight over in Adelaide later today. Alright, we have got a Jetstar. About to take off to the Gold Coast, I believe. Might as well grab that while we wait. Yes, has the purple icon, correct. No, Mitch's mum is not his mum. Different Mitch. what we can see. Hovercraft to be hidden. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Oh well. We got some planes. We'll just stick with the planes. Big Daz, how you doing? Welcome along. Good to see you. What did I have for lunch? So far I've eaten half of a sandwich. That's all I've eaten while I've been here. Big Daz, Katie's life, shut up and take my money. I hate to say it, but YouTube says your money's not welcome. Oh dear. We can't take money, can't take any money off you there, Daz. We're just here for the laughs and a good time. I hate to disappoint you, Daz, but I'm not going to be on too much longer. Although I haven't seen any action yet from any of these planes. But I do have to get home at some point. So I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to last for. We'll see how we go. Got an ATR in the background there, landing in from Napier. And then that 321 there's going to make its way off to Sydney. Nice summer's day. Oh, you're talking about for him, not for me. It's definitely still threatening to rain. I'm getting decent drips on me, but so far we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Only 40 there today. Ah, it's nothing. Might as well be the middle of winter. And then on the flip side, instead of a gentle breeze, well, we got Wellington's wind going on here. 40 with a breeze ain't bad, 40 with a thing. How you doing, Mike? How was it in the car park? Nah, it probably won't let you rate me yet. My channel's probably not of a high enough status to accept raids, but I appreciate the thought. It's been good fun down here. We've managed to stay dry just. Hope you had a good day up there in the car park though. Always fun. Totally love it up here in Auckland. Always love it in Auckland. What have we got going on down here? We've got a few planes heading out. We've got an A380 and a Dashi making their way out. So we'll see those in a moment. Big Daz, yeah, totally. If you have a look, I can't see it from here actually, but there's plenty of scaffold up here. So I actually just had to come and inspect the scaffold. That's why I bought the camera. So yeah. Yeah, so no memberships or anything like that yet, but that's all good. These things take time, but for everyone who has come across from Mike's stream, welcome along, thank you. This is the perspective we've been looking at today, a little bit different. We've been sitting down at the Puhunui lookout. Beautiful overhead shots of all our departures here. It's been good fun. But please, if you just turned up here, please feel free to hit that subscribe button, hit the like as well. Would always be very nice. Latam 801 about to make landfall over Gisborne. Yeah, I don't know if we'll quite make that. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Maybe these Qantas planes will push us out for a little bit. Speaking of, actually, both of them have just popped up on radar at the same time. What's the chances? And I see the All Black ATR's just popped in. It's a shot there as well. So it's made its way back from Tauranga. No time wasted. Short little flight there and back. Doesn't take it long. So yeah, we'll get QF3 and QF126, and then I don't think I'll be too much longer after that, if anything. And if you want to see a little bit of a different perspective, feel free at some point to scrub back and have a look at the departures. We've had some pretty cool planes today. What are the chances of having 3 4 burners in there? We had that, oh, the little Dashie's going to race out first. He snuck ahead. Where did he go? Obviously we had the Emirates landing, and we had the 747 as well. Had that both come in and out, and the Singapore in and out as well. How cool is that? Dashie heading off to Taupo, and we'll come back round and grab 559, which is going to make its way off to Christchurch. Although it might actually be waiting, because we have got a little Cessna citation coming in from Sydney, so probably going to end up waiting for that. I do love that black ATR. It's a very sharp plane, that one. Yeah, a little bit of rain coming my way. It's so far it's been just kind of skimming me all day long, so fingers crossed we're going to get away with it. Welcome to the Jetstar plane that went back to the terminal. No idea. It's an awesome view, this one, Ellie. I love it. I love this place down here. And normally when we've got when the wind's blowing the other way, we get the arrivals through here. It's kind of similar, I guess, to what you guys get in Adelaide, up there at the bakery. The difference is we're off the end of the runway a bit here, but it's a very cool spot. Oh, that wind is getting next level. But it is all good. Where's that plane? That's it there. Our little Cessna citation coming in from Sydney. Karen Glenn, how you doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. Lots of roadworks. Well, I guess you call it roadworks, taxiway works. Yeah, lots of work happening at the Auckland Airport. Taxiway's getting a bit of a major rebuild going on. A lot of strengthening needs to happen in it. Now's as good of a time as any. Alright, as quick as that citation can jump its way off of the runway, the 321 down the end will be able to line up and make its way, the I320 will be able to line up, make its way off to Christchurch. There it is there. Nearly a 600. Woohoo, thank you. Been a good fun day today. I like it. Iridium Flare, how you going? Turning already. Oh, I've lost it. We have to come back for it later. But we have the first of our Qantas heavies heading on out. NZ222L is coming back. Which one is that one? From Whangarei. Well, I guess no, it didn't land. Bit of a boomerang. Maybe the weather's a little bit too bad for it up there. Well, what do we know? Okay then. So we got a Dashi humming back. It didn't manage to make land at Whangarei. Bit of tripod yoga. Didn't even know about the channel. Well, the grand scheme of things, the channel might be old, but in terms of the actual streaming, we're still very new. So a lot of people won't know about us yet, but that's all good, bit by bit. And of course, you recognise the voice. Yes. Also known as, you'll see me on other streams, particularly the likes of Kev out of Wellington and Only Planes. I just tried mixing two names together there. Only Planes Network out of Brisbane is where you'll commonly hear me. So, woohoo, 600 subscribers. Thank you. Thank you all very much. So on screen there, we've got QF3 making its way down the end of the runway. QF126 is still working its way there. We have got a plane up here. I didn't quite catch what this plane is. Or where it's going, should I say. Gisborne. See? Dashi heading down to Gisborne. Is that already in its turn? Oh, wow. No time wasted for that one. Everyone knows Camera 3's voice. Yeah, looking at where it turned back from in Whangarei, I would say that visibility was too low and it was unable to land there. So not uncommon, unfortunately. Speaking of, there it is there. The dulcet tones of KDS. Oh dear. Oh, Daz. Ooh, we got a little Chatham sub heading down to Wanganui. Bit of Dashi love. Suzanne likes the Dashies, eh? NZ222 just scooting across in front. Well, it's not quite 222, is it? 5222. 222 Lima, depending on how you look at it. Karen Glenn, indeed, that is that Mitch's mum. Yes, Mitch from Adelaide. Had the pleasure of meeting him, actually. Awesome kid, awesome kid. Must have had a good upbringing. Turn pretty quick as well, making its way straight down to the south to Wanganui. Alright, we're going to come back round though, because there's still plenty of action going on the runway. What have we got landing there? Ooh, what are you? A321 Neo, this is our Star Alliance, All Black Star Alliance livery, coming in from Wellington again. You're welcome, Ali. It was actually truly a pleasure to meet him. And, you know, kind of, he's saved his generation, you could say. A generation that's not known for necessarily all of the smartest of kids, or the, you know, the most... I don't know what the words are, but he definitely has saved his generation, so there's no doubt about that. Alright, we have got a Dashi rolling down the runway here, going to make its way off to Nelson. Back again, didn't even know you were gone, Karen. Oh, did I miss that you were going? Oops, sorry, my bad. Raindrops are getting heavier. Oh, the All Black plane. Oops, sorry. Yeah, so that's going to make a turn pretty quick as well. Making its way down to Nelson. But we're coming back because here's QF3 about to go. Oopsie, that's not QF3, that is. QF3 is lined up on the runway. Heading off to JFK. So we watched this come in a little bit earlier this afternoon from Sydney. And now it continues its way all the way on to JFK. There's also a very slight chance that the planes may have done a little swapsy. I haven't looked. Yes. So cunningly, what Qantas does is they do a little swap. So this plane actually flew into here as QF119, and then what they've done is they've swapped it, and now it's going to carry on to JFK as QF3. And the plane that flew in from Sydney is actually now going to go back to Brisbane instead. Those wings already loading up. We're airborne. Now this is going to be a low departure. Nothing rocket about this. those wings. Look at the flex. Isn't it just incredible? Right, I think QF126 is now taxiing. I assume that's what I can see back down there. Alright, let's let QF3 carry on its way. And indeed, we have got QF126 down here. And I can confirm this rain is getting heavy. So we are going to call this as our last departure. As much as I would love to hang around for a lot more. Oh, we have got an arrival. We'll make sure we get this arrival as well. Hopefully, that'll probably get in before 126 goes out anyway. Funny enough, from Brisbane, in New Zealand plane. But the rain is getting heavier. The iPad screen is wet. The camera's getting wet. Not the ideal. That is going up like an absolute rocket. We definitely don't have enough tripod reach to get to that. I would have to physically yank the tripod over to be able to make that one achieve anything. So we have ourselves an ATR here, going to run away off to New Plymouth. We'll get that one out. Nice little bit of action to go with our last few planes, because why not? Now if there's a sudden bang or loud noise or anything like that, that just means we've got too much water in something. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Looks like QF126 is going to line up first and make it out before the New Zealand one that makes it in, because that's still a little bit out. Visibility has certainly dropped a bit, but thankfully we can still see the other end of the runway. I think 126 may already be on the roll. No time to waste, and we are getting very wet now. Alright, sending this one off to Brisbane. QF126, another 787 Dreamliner. Absolutely been loving the Dreamliners today. Captain Mickey Mouse, not quite. QF15, 15. Yeah, so QF126 will go to Brisbane, and then it will become QF15 and carry on to LAX. Watch this one roll on out. Huge thank you to everybody who's come by today. To all the new subscribers, there's so many of you, I can't believe it. It's been absolutely incredible. To those of you who have helped promote the stream as well, I appreciate you very much. If it wasn't for getting the name out there a little bit, no one would ever find us. For all the likes, if you haven't already, please do hit the like button. because they are what make YouTube think that we might be actually worth something in the future. And to everyone who's been chatting with me as well, because if it wasn't for people in the chat, this would be really boring. I mean, don't get me wrong, the planes are always exciting and I love doing that. But having people to chat to and enjoy the planes with, that makes it such a better experience. So I thank you all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spin the camera around. We're going to get this last 787 landing, and then at some point I'm going to just hit the end button. So let me do that while I get my iPad to log in to hit the end button. We can all watch the Air New Zealand 787 coming back in from Brisbane. All right, everyone. Have a good time. Thank you all very much. And I'll see you on the next one, whenever the next one may be. Watch this space.